everyone, we're here. We're finally here. Sorry about the delay, but you know how it is.
Transitions.
Yeah, it took a while to come from, like we had to go so far. We had to come,
That
from
virtual
Brittany to-
traveling.
Yeah.
Wow, it really gives you like jet lag, you know what I mean? Having to
fully.
we really traveled like from Canada like back, you know?
Well, see, yeah, exactly.
And it took me a little while to get back to Australia, so
Yeah, it took Nicole a while, you know what I mean? I had to get back to Indiana, you know what I'm saying? So it just
there was snow in the mountains, so my flight got delayed. I had to hit the airport bar.
Neva stopped to watch a hockey game, thought she might, be able to pick up a hockey player or
I
two.
was hoping, you know what I mean? None of them were really interested.
Or
but
two.
It's fine.
Well, I had to throw in or two because, like when in Rome.
Hey.
We'll try again tomorrow. I'd prefer, more than one. Like, I'm just trying to live out my Y2C.
I mean, if I was that way inclined and I had a choice, I would be picking more than one. Like,
and that's the thing. Like, why?
I mean, just for the night, it doesn't matter.
Like,
yeah, that's it. I'm never going to see him again.
It's like snack. You can have the cookies or the chips, but like, why not have both?
That's right. That's exactly right. All right. That sort of took a turn for the After Dark sprint. Now I know it's After Dark for you guys, but it's not for me. It's still AM here for me. just one moment. Oh dear me.
Who's waiting on us out there?
So today we are finishing off Harry Potter. There it is. I knew I had it somewhere. So we're finishing off The Prisoner of Azkaban. We only have 100 and something pages to do, and we'll be finishing that. That will be in the first two sprints, I would assume. And then I will be starting to read what's it called? Wildfire by Hannah. Yeah, by Hannah Grace. So I'm going to be reading that, even though I gave the first one a 3-star. And my reasoning for that is because, one, I have it, so I might as well read it. And two, it's not sports-based, really, the second one. It's, neither.
Yeah, so I mean,
there's sport in it, but it's not full-on sport like the other one.
Yeah, it's not like Icebreaker where it was like very like hockey heavy.
Yeah. And what are you planning to read after Harry Potter, Coda?
I am either going to continue with Dune or I might watch the new TV a little bit. So I might start Harry Potter 3.
Yep, that's fair enough. Yeah,
because I'll rewatch Dune, but not till I'm done with this, and I'm almost to part 3.
Yeah,
I had to slow it down a little bit because I was like not enjoying it as much as I should have been. I think so. I had to.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking the water element of it. I'm liking the fact that it does read very much like fantasy, but I just the story's just not holding my attention.
I really think the audio does it a disjustice. Like even the parts that are acted out, the fact that they skip little pieces like, he shrugged or he looked over yonder or whatever in those scenes. And I don't know, like I'm so used to listening to audio fast too, right? So I was listening to it at two times speed, like normal.
Yeah.
And I had to slow it back to 1.8 with the book just to not feel like I was doing myself a disservice, honestly. It just it felt rushed.
Yeah. I'm not listening to it all that fast either. I think I'm at 2 times speed, but that's fine for me. And I am immersively reading it where I can. And that's because I'm numbering the chapters and stuff like that. And, and after I listen to like some of the top of the chapters, if there's a lot of dialogue that Princess talking or whoever's talking, I'll actually read it, like turn the audio off and read that bit, because I think we get a little bit of a snippet of what's going to come, sort of what's happening in the, it's in the future, right? Like those sections are set in the future, yeah?
Yeah, the writing comes from in the future. So she
Yeah.
wrote about the history that we are
Yeah.
experiencing, right?
Yeah, and that's what I thought. Like, I thought, oh, did I interpret that wrong? Like, but then that's how I've been going through. And I must admit, at first I was immersively reading it, and I really wasn't. It was not holding my attention, and I was listening to it quite slow. And then I got up and walked away, and I think for me, what it was is I was trying to think too hard about the story instead of just falling into the story. So that's what I did in the end. I just turned the audio on, done my chores, and just fell into the story. And then I found that I was because prior to that, I was going to DNF it. So then I was able to just fall into the story. And now it's sitting between a 3 and a 3.5 star. Hopefully it'll pick up a little bit for me and I'll get to that 4 star, but I don't think I'm going to continue on with the series because it's just not holding my attention.
I've never planned on reading more than the first 3 ever. And I just want to say, like, if I could rate the audiobook on Goodreads or whatever without changing my rating on the whole book.
Well, you could put it in like as a blurb underneath it, because a lot of I often look at that blurb to see if there's a different rating underneath. Yeah,
because that's what I'm basically doing, is comparing my experience reading it with my eyeballs to immersive reading, right? And for me,
and over on Audible, it says the story is a 5-star read, but the performance is a 3.
So, okay, so that makes sense to me. And honestly, I don't even think it's that the performance is a 3. I just think it's the kind of book that you need to take your time with and really just, like you said, like just get into the story. And for me, the first time reading it, that's what happened. It was like reading the first couple Wheel of Time books before I started doing the audio. I did the same thing with those. In fact, that's what made me think that you would like Dune, is because when I started reading Wheel of Time, I was like, this kind of reminds me of Dune. But it's because of that. It's not because of the story. It's because of that experience of flipping back to the glossary and looking in the appendix and looking at the map and like just being completely involved in what you're doing.
Well, as I said at the beginning, I wasn't really doing that. Like, but I like the audio is okay for me because I don't have any other thing to go off. So the audio is fine for me. But I'm just falling into the story now. Like, I am enjoying it. I like elements of the story, but overall, I don't know. I think maybe it wasn't the right time for me to read it. So yeah, it could be just that's the case because. It's it's great concept. Like, I love the concept and everything with it and whatnot. But yeah,
I think next time I probably will read it a third time. Just like I already know this, but I think the next time that I reread it, I'll do it again with my eyeballs.
Yeah,
and just and I probably will read the second book because I own it. But I'm going to wait until he makes the third movie, which is supposed to be based on the second book, and then the third book takes place years and years and years in the future of the second book. So I probably won't read that. I probably won't read any more after the second one. The second one's like this big.
Yeah. That's fair enough. And so you've got that, but the second one, do you?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. It's small. It's like it's like this big.
Oh, okay. So it is actually like one of the books that's in this first one.
Yeah, significantly smaller than this one.
Yeah. Okay. So what are we thinking of Harry Potter at this stage?
I am enjoying Harry Potter. I don't feel guilty about it either.
No, nor do I.
I mean,
Sorry,
this is my
witch, but
this is like my 15th reread, as we know. So
yeah.
Live, Laugh, Loving. I mean, for me, it's like a nostalgia thing, right? So I mean, as an adult, like, I'm aware of like the problematic things that are in the book, or the books subsequently. But I mean, truly, like, they're just fun to read. I will say it was a choice where we left off.
I know. I said that too.
I know what's going to happen, but when Coda was like, "Wow, this was really like, why did we leave off here?"
And then I forgot until right just this second. Thanks, Neva. But now I'm excited again.
Like it was definitely like a choice to leave off there, but I mean, yeah.
But we had to leave off somewhere, so we're trying to make it
When we
doable,
broke
and
it
so
up, we
people
just
don't fall
did it
behind.
mathematically. It's funny because we're like exactly 67%. We split it up pretty
good.
evenly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see how we split the next one up. I think I might not be here, or I won't be here till late on Sunday.
It's fine.
Because my neighbor is an actress and she's going to be in a local play. So I think I might go down and check out the local play on Sunday. They're doing the importance of being earnest. Is that?
Yep, that's right.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
I've never seen
earnest.
Never seen the movie, never seen nothing. So I'm like, you know what?
It's a book too, I think.
No, she said it's a play. Let me check, because if it's a book, oh gosh, Nicole.
Sorry. Anyway, moving on. Wreck today. Sorry. Sorry. Anyway.
Tell me it's a play.
Maybe it was a play and I just thought it was a book because I seen it in a book format.
Trivial comedy.
And while you're looking that up,
okay, it's a play.
It's just a play. So obviously, I've seen the play as a book in a bookstore. That's where I thought.
Probably, yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I've never read it, so
I haven't either. So I'm just gonna. I think it's fair to go watch. The last play I went to go see of hers was they did a musical version of Eclipse by Dalton Trumbo. And that is a book that's not a play. It's an actual book. So I had to read it before I went to go see the play. But this one's a play, so it's cool.
That's all good. That's all good. Let's have a look and see who is in the comments today. Hello, Neva and everybody. I'm still reading Nathaniel, chapter 6, but I'm awake at midnight, and I'll be switching over to Dead Letters by Kate Dolan Leach. Awesome. Sharing some love over here and over there. Popping around everywhere. It's cracking me up now. This character refers to a gender party as
genital reveal
party. Oh my goodness.
They just ripped the diaper off.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. What are you reading? Isn't that basically what it is? Yeah.
If you have an ultrasound, then yes.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, but it sounds funny. I laugh each time she says it. I'll probably laugh as well. I'm assuming you were putting Ari to bed. That's because I said that we were coming, and obviously I commented on both channels.
Ari had to go to bed. We had to do the whole switcheroo, potty break, snack.
Yeah, we can do this.
But they're not mushroom based. Absolutely not.
No, they're great based.
No, definitely not. But still sounds ill. Fungus tea. Yeah, I know. It's just gross, right? I'm drinking some fungus tea.
We're gonna try it, right? Like somebody's gonna send Neva and I some mud water to try.
Yeah, you can all keep it. I don't want it. Don't send it to me. I'm good. I'm fine. I love this, Katie. This is awesome. And Coda's put in there, dude, loading emojis. And Neva put in, so impatient. Oh, dear me.
I miss you on my screen. Good answer.
That's a really good answer. Hello, Monica. Almost missed most of Brittany's sprints, but I'm glad to see you three. Happy Thursday, Friday, everybody. Thank you for being here, and we're happy to see you here too, Monica. Thank you for joining. I finished that Harry Potter book, so I'm reading interesting facts about space for the 72-hour readathon. Awesome.
Oh, she's Rally's ahead of us now?
Yeah.
Jeez, Rally.
Yeah. just moved on. I'm still on chapter 5 of Harry Potter. Might start fire, but should read some NetGalley. Also have 3 books on the go for girl bands. Awesome. I logged 3 books today for girl bands that I logged Inkblood, Sister Scribe, Babel, and Lessons in Chemistry because it's been that long since I logged. Finished Harry Potter book. Hang on, we just got that twice. Okay, interesting. When are we starting? On Sunday.
Sunday, Monday.
Yep, Sunday, Monday. Yep. If you are stealing from another team, are you allowed to use the same prompt for the same team? Have you answered it? Yep. All right, cool. I also answered it as well.
Nicole and I answered it exactly the same way at exactly the same time. So
we are just on it. We are that synced. Oh my goodness. You mean if you do a UK author on Destiny's Child, you cannot do it again? You have to do it for a different team. Yes. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
None of that, Neva. No. You just had pizza. Stretch.
I'll get up and make coffee here in a minute. Like the first sprint, I'm gonna go make coffee.
I'm gonna order the first sprint because
I'll let you help me in the morning.
I order you guys the same thing as always.
Thai food.
I just mean like specifically the specific order. Should I still get pad see ew? Should I get 2 entrees like I do every week?
See, now I don't know whether I want to have. Well, see, we don't have any Thai food. I have to go Indian here because I live out in the sticks. Curry, and they're uncultured out here when it comes to food.
Damn it! We need to fly you like over this way.
Listen, where we're moving to, like I have been trying to eat like all the foods that I eat here because we don't have them there. Yeah. So like I got like Joella's I got like last week because I was like, oh well, when we move, can't have Joella's. But you know what we can have? We can have Casey's Pizza, which is the best pizza. I do not care.
What's
yes,
Casey's pizza?
It's from a gas station called Casey's, but it's great. It's wonderful. They have like big pizza ovens and all that.
Actually, I totally believe you.
You and Katie will have to come visit, and when you come visit, we will eat Casey's pizza.
We need to do this. Like, so do I need to fly to Katie and drive to you, or fly to you and drive to Katie? We figured this out before, and now I don't.
So I think you would still fly.
Either way, I'm flying.
And then you and Katie would drive to me.
We need to fly Nicole to meet us where we
I can swim.
I'll grab Katie. We'll go pick up Neva, and then we'll cruise down to Florida now and then fly Nicole across the entire fucking world to Florida.
So, technically, I'll be closer to both of you once we move to Iowa, but I think I will still be the closest to Katie. Katie should only be about like 8 hours from me at most, 6 to 8 hours. And so because she would be coming from the top of the state, like down. So probably 6 to 8 hours.
Right. And we're not going to tell you, right? I think that's also part of the plan. I'm just supposed to like meet up with Katie. We're going to drive down to Taco Bell. I'm going to order an enchilada. And you're going to be like,
right.
No enchiladas.
So basically what's going to happen is I'm just going to give you the address to where I am. And then at some point you guys are just going to show up. That's like basically Katie's plan.
What I'm going to do is like.
And just make sure I'm on FaceTime.
Once a month until this happens.
I saw this comment, and yes, a lot of other places have Casey's. However, Casey's Pizza is not the same outside of the state of Iowa. So, because we also have Casey's in Indiana, and it's not the same. So, kind of like corn, sweet corn is not the same outside of Iowa.
Wait a second. In Olathe, there's good sweet corn. They ship it all over the world.
Yeah, they do in Iowa too. And even when they ship it from Iowa, it doesn't because it will sit like in the stores. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying like fresh corn that you buy off the side of the road.
Well, corn's different in every state. I don't know if you know that, Neva, but in the South, like in Texas, they don't have sweet corn. They eat field corn.
That's true. Yes, that's true.
People eat field corn.
Field corn. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, people do.
But in Iowa, we have sweet corn like on the cob. And then you buy them. You can buy them on the side of the road.
I try not to eat corn if I can help it anyways, because corn is freaky, y'all. And I don't think corn is good for you. corn is scary, freaky.
I
not
really,
for you shit.
I only eat it when it's in season. Like when I can buy it on the side of the road in Iowa, that's when I eat it. So I eat it for like 2 or 3 months, and then that's all the corn I eat.
I put it in goulash because it belongs in goulash, and I love cornbread. And I'll eat it in cornbread. Like if you want to put cream corn in the cornbread, I'm okay with that. It's good.
Oh yeah, that's good.
And I like corn on the cob if it's sweet corn, but other than that,
yeah.
And it has to be real spaced out, y'all, because I'm telling you, it's just like it's a whole experience every time you eat corn.
It really is. Here's the thing. I just feel like corn is one of those things that like it looks the same when you eat it as it does when it, you know.
Even if you eat cornbread, I'm like, it was like grains, and somehow there's kernels now, and I don't understand.
I feel you know there's the peas and corn and peas, carrots and corn fairy that sprinkles it.
I love peas and carrots, though. Peas and carrots don't be do that.
Yeah, but even if you upchuck, okay, guaranteed. Even if you haven't eaten peas and carrots and corn, it'll be there.
You know, I never thought about that, but you're pretty much right. Except for if you're upchucking wine, and then all you can.
Oh yeah, no, then that's a whole different story altogether.
Yeah. So don't drink too much wine, you guys. It also does weird things like corn does.
Yeah. Jen has 50 pages left to go in Murderbot 2. Awesome. Since you only gave Icebreaker 3 stars, are you unhauling it? No, because I got it on Everend, so it's unhauled anyway. So it's
they
not
unhauled it for her.
Yeah, they unhauled it for me. It's out of my saved. So, but like as I said, it wasn't a bad book. I just like all the you know the skating and the hockey and it was a bit annoying for me. But yeah.
That's how Jean feels about Quidditch. she told us, she was like, oh, now I remember there's Quidditch scenes.
Yeah.
I love the Quidditch scenes, I'm not gonna lie.
But you know, like the vibe of the main female character and the vibe of the male character, they were fine, you know. And you know, there was some bits and pieces where I'm like, really, I don't think that would actually happen, but okay. I tried to read Dune multiple times, but I realized it's not for me. Hello, everybody. That's a way to start it.
Just for my research purposes, Jean, did you try audio? Did you try eyeballs? Did you try both? Did you try immersion? Which ways have you tried? I'm curious. I'm just curious.
Let us know in the comments. Prisoner of Azkaban was my least favorite movie, and I did not like the book a whole lot more. So looking forward to the next one. Awesome. So you just burnt through it to make sure that you've done it. It's done. It's off the decks.
I think.
I like looking back at the memories of my Sibs back when I started and I watched them. Awesome. Sounds fun, Coda. Hello to Thomas. Hello, Vanessa. They did make that into a movie.
The Ernest, Ernest, yeah, I think so, and it probably has like Rupert Everett in it, right? Or somebody.
I've never watched the movie. I know that the movie exists, and I knew the title. But yeah,
I might have seen the movie. I don't know. I used to like as much as I book now. I used to movie.
Yeah. Well, when I wasn't reading, I used to movie and TV a lot more.
Yeah, me too. So, and then I started reading, and then I found diamond painting, and then
I worked at a video store, so I was like all over. Like I can remember when I got my driver's license in Texas. I had to drive like 30 minutes out of my town to get to the Hollywood Video, and I remember going in there and buying like 5 VHSs for $20 and thinking I was so cool with my paycheck.
I used to like to go to my video store because when they were getting rid of videos and stuff like that, they put them in the for sale pile and you could get them really cheap. I used to get a lot of my videos that way because it was cheaper than renting them.
It does have Rupert Everett in it.
It does, yeah. Look at you go.
The movie vibes. Reese Witherspoon too.
Oh, okay. Sarah also joined us. Finished River Enchanted and gave it 4.5 stars. Awesome. Yeah, sorry, not sorry. That's fine. I don't know what I'm apologizing for, so it's sorry, not sorry. I don't know. If I've offended you, it wasn't my intention. I am just paused till the next book. Awesome. Cools, we're probably going to we're probably going to take about that long to finish this one, bedtimes and stuff.
Take until Sunday to finish this book anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to read it all on today. I just like to get it out of the way today so I can move on to other books. Because I've got 3 books.
Buddy reads.
Yeah, I've got I have a few books I've got to get finished. Thomas is behind on the Prisoner of Azkaban. Adulting got in the way. That's fine. But we'll be finished before Sunday to start A Goblet of Fire. I'll be doing the breakdown tomorrow, and that will go into the Discord so everybody knows what the breakdown is. And then that way you can bookmark, plan accordingly, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. That I think I'm going to break it into quarters, that one.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
Right? Because
yeah,
we probably shouldn't push more than 150 in the US copies because that's pushing it for everybody else, I think.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Especially if they're reading with their eyes. And
I wouldn't go. I'll get my copy and I'll have a look. And if it's going to be more than 150 pages for me, it's going to be way more than that for you. So I'll just bring it down, and we may end up just going to 100 pages each sprint as we get into the bigger books. So
I'll grab mine. I think the text and everything is the same in all of them. It's pretty consistent. I'll grab mine too, and we'll compare.
Yeah, cool. If Coda's going there, I'm coming too.
Come on down.
Here's the thing. It's on the road.
Well, to be really honest with y'all, like I haven't actually said this out loud yet, so you're welcome. My plan is to be not live with my dad within the next 6 months. Like I don't want to say like a lot on the internet, but I'm just saying. I love my dad, okay, and my brothers.
Yeah, but you're also grown up now, and you've
got you're a grown up. You don't have to explain yourself after 20 something. It's different for everybody, but after 20 something, all the way up to 29, you don't have to explain why.
I just feel like I'm 32
for a long time.
And I understand like it's a hard time, so we need to like move back in with dad and everything. But I just want my own space, so. Once we get
but the thing is, you're going to your dad's place to reset. Like you're not going there for any other reason to reset and regroup and move forward. Like that's not a bad thing. Everybody's got to do.
And it ain't gonna take long to get in that cheap apartment.
I know. I'm so excited.
I thought you were going to throw your computer. Then I'm like, oh, there she goes.
I'm excited for you.
Listen, once I get in, because I am technically like on a wait list or whatever, but the application fee was only $9.
Well, as soon as you get there and find out what the deposit and everything is,
I'm going to. So as soon as we get there, I'm going to go in and like actually talk to them and be like, listen, move me in, and then everybody can come visit and we'll like camp out on the floor or something.
You just have to have me on FaceTime. Because it's expensive for me to fly over.
One day we'll fly you over. We could. I think if we group bought your ticket, it wouldn't be as bad.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Because I've looked up tickets to Australia. I don't know how much it is to fly from there to here.
Yeah,
but from here to there is like $1,300.
Yeah, it's about the same.
I think if we all pulled
I was like,
together. If we all
I would have to like stay for a year.
I feel like if we all pulled money together and then had like one like meeting spot, like if that's like if we're like okay, we're all gonna meet, like we're all gonna stay at Neva's or whatever, and then everybody
could find like a centralized location where like the people in the States would like maybe have to travel the same amount of distance or whatever to meet here.
Yeah.
where we could find like a decent Airbnb or something where there's enough
Yeah,
room,
just
and
just
then
have a
fly
book.
Nicole
It's
there.
just a book retreat. I mean, it's
The
just
closer-
where you'd have to work out where I'm going to be flying into,
right,
because
because
not every airport here in Australia flies into the same spot in the US.
well, they
Some
would
will
connect
fly
you.
to LA, some will fly to Florida, others will come in at New York. So it will just depend where you need me to leave from
Mhm.
here in Australia. So I'll have to get to that airport, which is not a problem.
Maybe we should just turn my 35th birthday into a book retreat in Florida.
Yeah, why not?
Florida, just keep in mind though that Florida is the furthest in the states that we would have to fly Nicole, because from Nicole,
Well, shit, we could do a
Nicole's area of
different.
Australia, they fly to the West Coast.
Mm.
So it's gonna from
Okay.
California, it's gonna be the cheapest to fly her into, and the further you get towards Florida, it's gonna get more and more expensive.
Well, really, I mean, California also has Harry Potter World. I think they have both. I don't know. Or we could just go to Disney.
Yeah, Disney. You mean Disneyland?
Disney wherever. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure Disney
land or world, whichever.
I think
can never
land. No, Disneyland is California because it's the smaller one.
remember. Okay,
Disney World is in Florida.
I've been to that one then.
It's
When I was
Universal.
that was a hell of a long time ago. That was your whole life ago, almost.
And to think I lived in Florida for almost 10 years, I never went to Disney World or Harry Potter World. Like, what the fuck?
What
is
about
wrong?
SeaWorld?
No,
You didn't even go see some captive, tortured animals? Damn.
no.
The seals are
I like how you put that. It's
with
part
their
in real
curved
life.
fins.
You didn't go watch the captured dolphins? No,
You didn't go see Willie?
no, I did not, and I didn't free him either.
I mean Shamu.
Didn't free him either. Jesus.
Dude, I
Right.
remember
Rally's
SeaWorld
in
vividly
Missouri, so
because-
we're
Rally's only a state away from Iowa. Then
yeah. So wherever
I've
you are, you're gonna have
literally,
to pick Rally up on the
Missouri's
way.
not far from Colorado either.
yeah, Missouri is literally this, like, our states border each other when I get to Iowa.
Rally, message me on like Instagram or Discord privately and tell me like where your city is if you're comfortable with that, and I'll see how far you are. Because
Katie,
what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to do this like wheelbarrow style. I'll just like fly over here and pick up somebody.
go over here.
Pick up somebody.
Katie, I also like cannot wait. I don't know what we probably, like, if y'all really do come to Iowa, we'll probably have to go, like, we can stay like in like where I live, but we would have to go to like Des Moines, which is like 2 hours away, to do anything fun. Like if we wanted to like go to the bookstore or like whatever, we would have to drive like 2 hours.
Why don't you start looking for like an Airbnb for 10 plus people in that area?
Okay,
Just
I
so
will
you can go.
do, yeah, I'll do that. Where it's closer to like the city part. I mean,
Because it would be not that we don't want to stay with you, but it would probably be more convenient if we all stayed in Airbnb and then just went and visited your house to check it out and stuff, you know.
That's also true.
And then that way we could stay closer to the fun stuff.
Yeah,
You
because
could get
if
away
these
from
were
the
all
house a little
coming
bit.
here, I would be going up to Bunya Mountains to get a place up there for however long, because my place is not going to hold everybody.
The apartment that I found, it could hold everybody if only Katie and Coda came.
Mm.
You see,
Yeah.
like, you see what I'm saying? Like, if it's big enough that, like, if it was just like me, Ari, Katie, and Coda, it could work. But also, if we get an Airbnb in Des Moines, I might be able to coerce my grandma to take Ari for part of the time. So it could be like, do you want quality time?
Like this is the time where you need like Apple so that you can make fireworks and balloons and shit.
Oh, I do all the time because she has an iPhone. So I'll be like, Grandma, do you want Ari? And she'll be like, oh, why? And I'll be like, I feel like you need some quality time, and also we want to go to the bar. So
Yeah, plus, you can't take me to the bar, so what am I going to do?
you'll go visit Grandma Nancy.
Yeah.
So
You should be going to sleep.
Yeah, I thought you was
Right
going.
now,
I was just sitting here looking at your Amazon wish list, thinking you were asleep.
If you want the tooth fairy to come, bro, you gotta go to bed. I'm gonna get your tooth so you can put it under your pillow here in a second, and then go to sleep. Good night.
You won't come if you're asleep, or if you ain't asleep.
If you're asleep,
If you are asleep,
yeah.
If you ain't asleep, she'll knock you out. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't give the girl nightmares. Christ, Kona. We want her to go to sleep, not stay awake on the edge of her bed worried about the tooth fairy. Christ.
No, tooth fairies are cool. She's cool. She's all right.
Yeah,
She'll knock
she's
you out.
cool.
Also, my friend is watching this right now. The friend I told y'all about.
Okay.
The one
Not
time,
the one that starts with an R, the other one that I
oh,
just told you about. Okay.
Yeah.
And I know that they're watching because they just texted me and said, "You can't take me to the bar, LOL, that got me." Which they know Ari.
Yeah. So this is
That's
about the corn, right? So the corn's different.
No, she's talking about Casey's Pizza.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Because we actually have Casey's in Indiana as well, and it's not. I don't know what about it. It just doesn't taste the same. It's not the same.
Okay, you're all trying to turn this into an After Dark episode.
Sorry, I was trying to be. As
she's
TV as
right.
possible.
Yeah, she's right.
She's right.
Yeah, that's because it's roughage, and it's
Yeah.
supposed to be like that so it cleans your intestines. If you want to get all scientific and all that sort of stuff, corn, any form of corn, no matter how you eat it, whether it's processed or not, it is a form of roughage, and roughage is to clean your intestines out. That's why it goes through the way in its form. Yeah, in its form. So
Broccoli's good for you, though.
yeah.
Well, yeah, broccoli's good for you, but what I'm saying is like broccoli will come out looking more like broccoli than you necessarily want it to.
Asparagus isn't much better, and asparagus makes your tinkles stink too.
Yeah, it does. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
I love asparagus though. Like I love like the taste of it, but I can't eat it very often because I'm like, oh god, no.
Oh, I love asparagus. It's
But I love it.
So do
one of
I.
my favorite foods.
I just can't deal with what it does to your body.
Oh, it's
Like-
really good for you, actually.
No, I mean when you pee.
Like it's like it's anti-inflammatory.
Yeah, but it makes your urine smell funny.
It's okay. That's because it's good. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm just going to go step over here so you can have this debate. I'll be over here. Call me back when you're finished.
Asparagus is delicious. Like I love it.
It's delicious and it makes your urine stink. Yes.
Nicole's like, Anna never said about the asparagus. She's like, I'm gonna continue
I've
eating
got to say this comment like 3 times, and the asparagus has interrupted me. Asparagus is being rude now.
Chrissy, did you like Fangirl? Because I just saved that to my Everand.
Fangirl is the one that Brooklyn just read, wasn't it?
Yeah,
She really
it just
enjoyed
because it was just released, but she read it as
Yeah.
an arc.
Yeah. Hello. Here until I take my youngest to a bed. I am reading book 6 of the Harry Potter with him, which I tend to read one Harry Potter book about half a year with them. Yeah. When you're reading with kids, it takes a lot longer. Could Neve, Nicole, and Coda give up hot drinks for a year and replace it with raw? But no. Why are you swearing at me right now,
No,
Shannon?
Listen,
Why
ma'am.
would
What
we
did I
replace
do to
hot
you?
drink with raw, like, you know what? I think instead of coffee this morning, I'll have sashimi.
Listen, ma'am. I am mamming you, Shannon. Absolutely not. In fact, when we start this, I'm gonna go make myself a nice steamy hot cup of Joe,
I'm going to go and make myself a witch's brew.
mushroom free.
I'm
in
gonna
my
order Thai food,
Luke's
so
mug.
mine will be not hot, but it will be.
Well, you could go and get yourself an alcoholic apple cider and warm it up and have a hot cider.
Is that raw?
No, it's not raw. It's made from apples.
What is the raw food version of a hot drink?
It's smoothies.
Like smoothies.
So you would get raw coffee and you would blitz that with like no, it's just grit in a cup.
Also, I just
Um,
want to read this out loud because I found it was funny. You ready? It's not inappropriate. It's just funny.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
in Little Mermaid, Prince Eric can't speak to the animals like Ariel can. So Kiss the Girl must have been a very troubling 2 minutes for him. Because like we hear it, like they're singing, but like
Mhm.
and then it says
But to
cacophony.
him, everybody sounds like Scuttle.
Yeah, and then it says
Mhm.
cacophony of animal noises intensifies.
The
He
cacophony.
probably thought he was going nuts.
He was just like, I gotta get out of this. Look, he's like, damn, there's good acoustics in here, yo.
He's probably like,
Sing-
what
you
is
should sing a
nature?
song and scare these animals away.
So that's a hard no on the replacing of the drink. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a hard no. Sorry.
We get it for sure, Neva. I'm not too sure.
Oh, this is about because I said that I wanted to move out soon.
Yeah. I totally understand. Yep. Harry Potter, I'm pretty
It might
sure is
be.
only in Florida.
Harry Potter might only be in Florida.
Yeah.
One day I'm gonna go.
We might just have to go to Florida. I mean, it is what it is.
We might just have to fly Nicole into California and then
Fly to
fly
Florida.
everyone to Florida.
Sprints on the Road GoFundMe page coming to a computer near you soon.
We'll just drive everyone nuts by like vlogging the entire experience. It'll just be a bunch of us with like cameras and phones, and we're like, and people are gonna be like, "What the hell are these grown adults doing?" BookTube gone wild.
Jamie is lurking with my computer muted. My sister called and can literally talk for hours now. She's mostly recovered from her tooth extraction.
Yeah,
Might
because
be a while.
You heard this about her sister. I feel
Last-
like I know her sister now.
Yeah, because last week her sister had the tooth extraction and she still was on the phone with her for 2 hours. What? I'm sorry. If I've had a tooth extraction, I'm not speaking to you for longer than 2 words.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Eh?
Thank you. That's all.
In pain. Goodbye.
I wouldn't
That's
even
all
be
you-
calling anybody. Oh.
Water.
Jess is still at work, but the event I'm working is giving me a lot of free time trying to decide if I spend a credit on Fireborn or just read it physically. My Libby expired. Oh no.
How does
I agree with this. This
expire?
sounds like a plan too. Can we hire a private jet? Because
Right.
we're obviously multi-millionaires.
I
and-
mean, Katie, find out how much it costs.
Right. Coda, to answer your Libby question, if your library card expires, if you have a library that
Oh,
you
got-
have to
yeah,
renew it, then your Libby app won't work because your
Hmm.
cards expire. So you have to go back to the library and get, because like I just renewed mine and Ari's cards because we're about to move and I still want to be able to use my Indiana cards. But I can do mine online, so
Mm.
You have to renew your library card.
yeah. So technically with
Adulting is
Indiana,
so hard.
it's free to get the card. And
Mhm.
then, but then you have to renew it every, I think it's 3 years. But I was able to email the library and be like, hey, I literally told them like we're moving, but I still want to have access to the library. Like, is that possible? Because
Right.
I will no longer be here in 3 years to like renew the card, and they gave me an exemption, so the cards now are good for 6 years before I have to renew them again.
Oh, that's cool. They'll probably
We
send you,
we don't have to renew our cards. We just get them and that's it. You've got them.
Yeah, the Iowa card that I have, I don't have to renew that. I've had the same card for
Oh, so maybe it
15
just
years.
depends on your library then.
Yeah, it depends
Yeah.
on your library and your state. But I've had the same card from Iowa for 15 years. I just couldn't use it for 6 of those years because I owed, I guess, like $500 in fees. Like I don't know. Here's what happened. We went in 2021 to go visit because we had a couple of like deaths in the family, but we also had like a visit planned, but then people decided to die like right before we left. Anyway, that's the story of my life. So I took Ari to the library and the lady was like, I'm sorry, I can't like allow you to get her a card because you owe fees. So I'm thinking, okay, well, these fees are from 10 years ago. So they must be like, $8 or $9, right? I'm not thinking more than like $20. This woman looked me in the face and said that I owed $483.92. And I said, ma'am, what did I check out 10 years ago that I like lost or whatever? and she was like, well, there are 8 total things. So I didn't ask her for like an itemized list because I don't have any of those things. I didn't care. But with the way that the fees looked on the receipt she gave me, I think probably my teenage self checked out like media, like movies or CDs, and then never returned them. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Because there's no way that I would have owed that much on books. Like, there's no way.
That's got to be a lot of movies, even,
but
and especially considering that they're near obsolete.
My thought process was also like, y'all don't just like forgive these after so long. Like 10 years, y'all had this sitting in your system.
You didn't just forget that I didn't return $500 worth of shit.
But I feel like it probably was like the fees like grew on top of each other.
They're compounding fees.
Like
they have interest.
Fees?
They actually have interest on them. Where because I got caught out. Mine wasn't like 500, but because I didn't pay them in a timely manner, they put interest on them, and then some places will have compounded interest, which means it's like a daily thing where they go up. So
yeah, and I know
monthly movies, or whatever.
The reason I think it's movies is because for movies it's $1 a day for every day that it's late. So if I was being charged $1 a day for 10 years, then maybe.
Yeah. You can do wheatgrass, celery, sauerkraut, beet, ginger juice. And I try to do raw food month every year. You could do a dehydrated pizza with yams.
I think I'm gonna pass.
I'm passing.
Everyone else can have. Coda, you're muted. I feel like everyone else can have health food, and I will just eat shit. Thank you.
I just like.
I mean, I have done wheatgrass and all that. Like, I've done wheatgrass. I've done like a mixture of beet, ginger, and carrot juice, like in a smoothie form, where I just put the whole vegetable in it and blitz it. I do that in summer a lot of the time because I just do that. I like drinking that sort of stuff, but I don't like the taste of celery as much in my sauerkraut. No.
Well, she's
wheatgrass
right? So
yeah,
maybe not all together. And wheatgrass
but
is not as good for you as people would have you think it is.
What was that? Sorry,
the wheatgrass. It's not as good for you as they thought it was when it first came out.
No, it's not. And if you've got diabetes, stay away from it.
I believe that.
Sends it straight through the roof. Yeah, blood sugar straight through the roof.
I also don't like celery in my smoothies. That will ruin your smoothie.
Mm-hmm. Like, I do a lot of green smoothies and stuff like that where I have like spinach and all the green foods in it and all that sort of stuff. And it's predominantly raw.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't do it all the time.
Yeah, I like green smoothies. It's just that makes the difference for me. Like, when I purchase I don't make them myself, but when I purchase a green smoothie, it's the celery that'll make a difference whether I like it or not. Like, if it's got too much celery in it, it ruins it for me. I don't even like to eat celery by itself, really, unless it's like cooked or in soup.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I usually have it with peanut butter and some sultanas.
That's most people. I don't like peanut butter very much. I don't hate it, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't eat it very often. It's just something that I might have every now and again. That's not something that I eat all the time. Jean's saying in their city, they have to renew every year because city's taxes and the province. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought that once it reaches the price of the book, then they let you buy the book. Yeah, that's what I would have thought too. And if they were hardcovers, they would have been more expensive. At least that's how
I just went ahead. I just paid my fees and then gave my library card back. It's fine.
Yeah.
At that
just
time, my wife,
awesome. We don't often have people finish their books during the chatty bit, but that's awesome, Jen.
Right?
Gold star. You managed to read a book while listening to us prattle on. We are at the last comment though, and we're going to go for a sprint, and we're going to do an hour sprint. So yeah, If someone does have sugar, they need to avoid a lot of juices. Yeah, there's no fiber.
Yeah.
I do whole food smoothies, so there is a difference because whole food smoothies you're chucking the whole food in there in its natural form. So yeah, so they're a little bit better for you. All right, we're gonna go for a sprint, everybody. Do an hour. Everyone up for an hour? Cool.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Awesome. All right, we'll see you all in an hour. Well, hello. How did we go during that sprint?
I am almost done with chapter 18.
I am at chapter 20.
Good job.
Just finished the last page of chapter 19. So yeah,
Awesome.
I also made some lunch, and I didn't get all of my dumplings. I made some pork and lemongrass dumplings for lunch.
Yum. That sounds good.
Yeah, there's Aldi every now and again gets specials in with like Urban Eats here. I don't know if they have it all over the world, but they're called Urban Eats here, and they're like specialty foods, so such as pork dumplings, or they might have some Mexican food or something like that. And whenever they bring them in, I sort of grab them and just have them in the freezer. So whenever I want something a little bit different, I can just have that. So but they're very Moorish, very Moorish. I also broke up Goblet of Fire.
I forgot to grab mine. Let me grab it real quick.
So yeah, how'd you go, Neva?
I have one chapter left.
Of Harry Potter?
Yeah. Cool, because I'm
Good,
listening. I'm listening at 2.5 times speed.
Same.
Because this man's voice is great. But he's too slow. So
Yeah. I didn't know how long I had left on mine, so I slowed it down to 1 to see how long I had at normal speed, and oh my god, it was so slow. Like, no. Back up.
And I think the Tooth Fairy probably is going to come visit in this sprint, so good luck to her, because have we ever done the Tooth Fairy? No.
Never?
I mean, yeah, like when I was like growing up, I mean, I still
No, but you've never done it with Ari before? This is the
Oh,
first
No,
so
it's the first
she's
tooth.
never lost.
Yeah.
That's why I said, oh, maybe you might have went to get your wine when I was talking about it.
Yeah.
But so I knew she had a loose tooth. It's like the front left like tooth, like right here at the front. And she'd been saying for like 2 weeks, like, Mom, look how loose it is, blah blah blah. And I was like, okay, well, stop fucking with it before you lose it, like, you know, whatever. And then get her home from school and everything, and she like whips out this baggie, and she was like, look at what I have. And like at first, like, I didn't see shit, you know what I'm saying? I was like, why are you showing me a baggie? She was like, look. She like put it in my face, and it's like this little baby tooth, bruh. I might have cried. Okay, we're not gonna talk about it. It's pretty embarrassing. And then she was like, stop crying or whatever. So then I got on Brittany's and so I told Brittany, because like Brittany's a mom, so I was like, yeah, Ari lost her first tooth. Like, I'm feeling a little emotional. And then all you hear is Ari in the background. She's like standing like off camera getting dressed, and she was like, just stop crying already, Bob. And I was like, okay, thank you.
Like, oh, Mom. What are you doing?
It's just like when she chopped her hair, I cried when she chopped it. And then she was like, I wanted a haircut anyway. And I was like, okay.
That's her way of telling you. So where did she put the little bag? Did she put it under a pillow?
Yeah.
Does she disturb easy?
No.
Yeah,
okay.
So
here, we used to get the kids to put it in a little cup of, like, they had a little cup, like a little it was like a mini coffee cup, and they'd put water in it, and they'd put the tooth in it.
What the fuck do I do with the tooth?
Well, you can keep them, because there's now medical procedures like that she might need when she's older. They can do stuff with the teeth.
Okay, so I gotta figure
out to get like stuff for her DNA and all that sort of stuff. But like, look into it.
Find you an empty diamond container and start a tooth collection.
I've got a little what looks like a little treasure chest that's got diamantes all on it, and my kids' teeth are in that.
All right, I'll just
leave it. They do gene sequencing or something from it. It's sort of the same as the umbilical cord. They can take certain stuff from the umbilical cord to help a sick sibling and stuff like that. It's the same with the teeth now. There's medical advances happening.
All right, I'll put it in something until we move, and then I'll like buy something off the internet and put it in there. I don't know. I was like, what the fuck do I do? Like, do I throw it away? Like, what do I do with it?
I mean, you could, but like most people just keep them forever,
Mhm.
like because we're weird like that.
I mean, that's fine. Like, I'm not above keeping her fucking teeth. I'm pretty sure my mom just threw them away, to be honest. But I mean, my mom was a narcissist, so
You
I don't
can
know.
anything your mum did, you probably just do the opposite.
So I'm like, I don't know what to do
Think,
through the
think
lens
about it this way:
of a good
do you
parent.
throw away shit that you pay for?
Do you throw away things that you make? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right. You made that.
You made that, and then your making made that, and
Well, that's like she'll
now
be
you got
mad.
to
She'll
pay
be
for
like,
it, so
she'll
you
be
should
like-
probably keep it.
she'll be like, "You, mom, don't drink my drink. That's germs or whatever, right?" And I'm like, "You literally are one of my germs." So like,
You are you are a germ.
you are a germ that
You
came
are.
from me. So I don't
Yeah.
know what you're talking about. It's fine.
Germs. Go eat some dirt.
Oh my goodness. All right. So for those that have the goblet of fire with them right now, we're going to do the breakdown, and I will put this into the Discord. I just needed to have food because I had the shakes pretty bad. So I had to have food and get washing off and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, if you've got your goblet of fire handy, you grab some bookmarks. You'll need 4 bookmarks because we're breaking it up into 5. Got your pen and paper?
I'm just gonna bookmark it.
Sticky notes.
You got sticky notes? Cool. All right, you ready to go?
Yep.
So the first session, which is on Sunday, we'll be going to chapter 10. Second session, we'll be going to chapter 18.
Hold on. Okay.
You said chapter 10 and then chapter 18?
Yeah.
Oh, these chapters get long, don't they?
Yeah.
I
First
forgot what a
section.
jump. I forgot what a jump these books make.
Mhm. And then the next session, the third session, is chapter 24. Rally, I'll put all the dates and everything in the Discord. I just seen your comment come up. I will put all the dates and everything in the Discord if you don't want to take it down, okay? It's all good. So we've got chapter 24 written down for our third session.
Got it.
Yep. The fourth session is to chapter 29. And then from there, after we get to there, it's to the finish. Yep.
Five days, you guys.
Yep, 5 days.
Which is
Starting
great,
Sunday.
Which is great because I'm putting this in my planner. Wait, what was the last one? Chapter what? 31.
29.
Okay, thanks. And it starts.
Oh, you guys. This one's going to be more than halfway after we're done with it.
Yeah, I know.
I
Oh,
forgot
right.
how much longer these chapters
already.
In a month.
It took like 4 months to get to book 4 in the Wheel of Time.
Oh, dear me. So exciting. That the last couple of chapters that I just read then were where they were in the Screaming Shack.
I'm behind you, so
Yeah.
I just
And it was like very intense. Very intense. My heart was racing and all the rest of it. So chapter 19 is really intense.
In what?
Harry Potter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I like zoned out or something. I don't know what happened. I heard Wheel of Time and then I like zoned out. and then I
Hello.
was-
she's
Reading
Nara.
Harry.
So okay, so you started the Goblet of Fire? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Or you
No.
mean
She was saying she just read chapter 19 and it was really good.
And it was very intense
yeah. That's
because
all.
they're at
Probably
the Shrieking Shack or whatever it's
Shrieking.
called.
And
Yeah.
I just met up with Sirius and what's his name? Lupin said pretty much why his name is Lupin.
everything is explained?
No, like he already admitted to what he is, but yeah, Lupin, the name, Lupine.
Mm-hmm.
Go figure. Very clever.
Yes, it's very it's just got very intense. So
I'm
Also, I was just
enjoying it. I like
I was
Harry
like-
Potter because I can get up and move around and I don't miss things.
no,
I
it's
don't miss
very
anything.
I would just like to say that like Harry and Ron without Hermione would be dead. So
oh, I know, right? Like, oh my god.
like there's
was
no
thinking-
universe.
I was thinking about that earlier. I'm like, if it wasn't for her,
There's
you guys
literally-
would have been
like
so many times.
this isn't even spoiling anything, but like there is no universe where the two of them would be able to do the things that they do throughout this series
Without
without Hermione and live.
Mhm.
They'd find their bodies in the bottom of a ravine or something.
or in the top of a Whomping Willow.
Yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure because we're already past it, so I can say it. But I'm pretty sure that the only like challenge or whatever that they end up surviving without Hermione like being immediately there was Chamber of Secrets. But
Yeah.
even then, the pieces of it, she was petrified, but like she gave them
Well, the
all.
mirror, the note.
Yeah,
in
she
her
still was
hand.
an integral
She
part.
still like
Yeah.
she wasn't in the chamber with like down in the sink with them, but like she was, with them. But I'm just
Yeah.
saying, I'm just
And Harry
saying,
acknowledges that, though. He acknowledged that, didn't he?
well, yeah, I mean they do,
Yeah.
they do acknowledge it, but I'm just saying, like for as mean as they are to her,
Yeah.
in the first book especially,
Mm.
and then, I mean, if you're caught up to the pages where you should have started today, then you already know this part 2. But like even Ron and Hermione have the spat over Crookshanks.
Maybe you should put the spoilers thing up.
Oh, okay. Banner, where is it? Come along. Oh, here it is. Spoiler. Okay, so this is for book 3, like where we should have been at today. Okay, so this is not like anything
Current. This is
Right.
current.
So, okay, so Hermione gets Crookshanks at the beginning of the book,
Mhm.
and then they have their little spat, whatever. And Ron is like, this is not the first time that we've seen where Ron gets angry with Hermione and then just like gives her the silent treatment. First of
Mm.
all, my anxiety could never. If someone gives me the silent treatment, I assume that you hate me forever. So that's very triggering for me. But I'm just saying, as mean as Ron is, like the girl, like without the girl, sir, you're dead. You know?
Like he would have in the first one where they're in the Devil's Snare or whatever it's called.
Yeah. And he's like, she's like, just relax. And he's
Relax.
like,
Easy for you to say. And then she's like, it's Devil's Snare, bro. Relax, it'll let you go, you stupid
just do what
idiot."
I say because I'm
So
the
she
smartest
did the
person in
thing
this
that she
fucking
told him to
school.
And then had to rescue them with a freaking beam of light.
I actually go to 2 classes at once, so listen. Listen, Linda.
I might know what I'm talking about.
Right.
Like she's just
I keep waiting for the ball drop on that too, because that's the one thing I like remembered and recognized from the movie right away. Is as soon as she started they were like questioning her schedule and stuff. I was like, oh, this is that movie.
yeah, that's this movie. And there is, I mean, you do get an explanation because like I've had a couple of people that have been messaging me throughout this because like they know I've already read it. That are like that asked me like, well, do they explain what's going on with her classes? And I was like, I can't tell you what's going on with it. Like if you like And I told people, like, if you've seen the movie, that you know what's happening.
Yeah.
Because that's a piece of the movie that's not a plot, or that's the piece of the book that's not a plot hole in the movie. Like, that carries over to both things. So, like, you already know the answer. But also, I'm not going to give you the answer. So.
I don't remember that. Oh, the spoilers thing is up, so I can say this. Like, I don't remember them killing the bird in the movie. So it's been that long. I was like,
killing the bird.
the griffin,
They actually don't.
The roosters?
No. The Buckbeak or whatever his name is.
Oh, well, they actually in the movie they do.
See, and I don't remember that.
No,
So
not in
when
the
I got
movie.
to
It's
that part in the
alluded to
book, I
because
was
that
like,
whole
that's
going,
rough.
but in the book you do.
Poor Hagrid.
Go
dude.
rewatch the movie. We don't
Okay.
see
We're
it
going
on
to.
screen.
Okay.
You don't, like, it's not a thing that you literally see with your eyes. You
It's
see
not on screen in the book
No.
either. It's
you
just
see
you
the
hear
re-
the
but you
noise or
see
whatever.
the reaction of Harry, Ron, and Hermione.
Mm.
There,
Oh yeah, because then that triggers the next thing that's about to happen towards the end of the book.
Then
Okay,
when
I
the
haven't
end of
gotten
the
that
book
far, but-
happens,
I was just like,
yeah,
damn,
but you
that's
don't
rough.
you
You're
don't
all
see
reading
it.
this to your 6-year-old.
Yeah, well, see, okay, so Ari actually won't watch past the second movie.
Yeah, I can see that.
She says that
Because it's starting to get darker now, and this is what we
It's
said
getting
at the
dark.
beginning. Is that hadn't read it before. It's growing with
and
Harry.
she's yeah,
Right.
and she's
It's
only
just,
read,
it's sad.
and she's only actually listened to the first and second books. As far like when she does audio for this, she only listens to the first 2 books. She won't listen beyond it because she knows that it's scary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, because we've tried before. Because I'm like, okay, well, if you want to, like, it's fine. Like, I'll just sit here with you and like listen to it. She doesn't listen to it by herself. But she won't go past book 2. So, but yeah, in the movie, you don't see it with your eyeballs. I don't think you see it with your eyeballs in the. I think it might just be talked about in the book.
I'm just trying
In
to
the
think.
book, they were just like you hear
Disgusting.
a thud, like
You hear a thud, yeah.
But in the movie, we're supposed to believe that they are watching it because you see when they go out to do it. You see
they're up at the stones where she punched a Malfoy in the face in the movie, and then Harry and her are standing there, and you see the executioner go down, and she turns away and hugs into Harry,
and that is that's where it happens.
Right.
Yeah.
So in the movie, they see it.
Yeah, she sees it and turns away.
Yeah, she turned.
Gotta go. Let's go back to the castle.
Yeah,
that's the end of our
because the whole thing with the movie is that they're there for it for Hagrid,
right,
in support of Hagrid, because they weren't able. Which you don't see like the whole thing where they were like trying to help him with the case and everything. Like in the book, I actually forgot that they do that in the book. That they try to like help him figure out how to get
because both Ron and Hermione had been researching to try and get the
and we don't see they don't include that part in the movie, but you do see them as like solidarity to Hagrid standing there watching. They can't be there for it because the Minister of Magic and Dumbledore would be like, y'all gotta go.
Right.
What are you doing here? Okay, any more spoilers? Are we good?
Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah.
I'm gonna spoilers. Turn up your volume.
We are back. Jen's going to read a graphic novel for the next, as I spun the wheel and got a new release. And Sadia also joined us as well. Are you vlogging the 72 hours? How are you? What are you doing exactly?
So I take I screen recorded my spin. And then I just come in and I say like I'm reading Wildfire. So I just say like
Mhm.
hi, I'm reading Wildfire, and then I'll read Wildfire, and then I'll come back and I'll talk about my little city thoughts, and then I'll spin
Mhm.
again, and I just keep going. Like for me, the way that I do 72, because there's not a lot of rules, right?
No.
So
Yeah.
the only real rule for the 72-hour readathons is that you are the 72 hours in whatever it is. This happens to be the Book Nook. Is that you can only re-roll 3 times.
Mhm.
That's like once it starts. That's it.
Yeah.
So I just screen record my thing, and I put it like up next to my head or whatever. So basically, when I record the footage, I say like, okay, today we're doing 72 hours in the Book Nook, whatever, and then I say like I would be like, here's the first spin, and then I just stopped talking long
Mhm.
enough for me to think that the video would be right, and
Yeah.
I superimpose the spins so you can see it.
Mhm.
It's spinny spins, and then I just talk about it like I would in a book.
Normal vlog.
Now,
Cool.
technically, you're gonna get 2 vlogs in the next like week and a half, because I'm also doing my like monthly reset vlog, which I made into its own
Mhm.
vlog, but I'm not going to include books from 72 hours
Mhm.
in that vlog.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same as I'm not including my buddy reads. I mention them in the Battle of the Girls because I'm reading them during that time, but I don't talk about them because I have a vlog that are all my buddy reads that I have, because I had so many bloody buddy reads. I thought, well, I can make this into a vlog. So that's what I did. And I've also got like, because I've never done 72 hours of anything with these before.
The only ones that I've done ever, they did like the haunted house one. I just didn't feel like it, but they've done 2 rounds now of Smut Den.
Mhm.
And I've done both rounds of Smut Den. I actually have a bookmark from the last time that we did Smut Den.
Of course you have. I'd be
It's like
surprised if you
purple.
hadn't.
Well, it's purple and it has like foil on it.
Yeah.
It's like actually a really well done
Mhm.
bookmark. I've never actually used it. It just sits in my bookmark cup.
Yeah.
But I was like, well, I have to buy this because smut. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which with Smut Den, it's always been a dark wheel and a light wheel. So the whole point is whether you read contemporary romance or you read dark romance, you know, you can
spin the wheel as many times as you like to get your prompts, but you only get 3 respins. Is that right? If you don't like the prompt.
So you can. I mean, if over the course of the weekend you finish 12 books and you spin 12 times, that's cool. But you can only respin. So you could, if you read 12 books, you'd only technically have like 15 spins. In those 12 books, because you can only respin 3 times. I mean, obviously they're not keeping track, so like just don't be an asshole. But with Smut Den, it was a light wheel and a dark wheel, because I couldn't remember what the wheels were. I had to go look on Mel's thing to grab my wheel. And then the only rule really, other than the 3 spin rule, was for Smut Den, it had to have at least 1 smut scene in it. So it couldn't be like closed door romance. So not everybody participated in that one, because not everybody reads open door romance. But this Book Nook one I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, well, I went over and checked their live out when they started, and they had 296 people there.
Yeah, they have. Well, and they also have like larger channels.
Comments.
I think all of their channels are over 1,000 now, except for maybe Monica.
I think the girl I watched, what's her name? Starts with C.
Cassidy.
She's at 10,000.
Yeah, Cassidy, I think, may have the biggest channel out of the 4. Lexi,
and I thought I'd watched her before, but I hadn't. And when she came up on the screen, I'm like, oh my god, she looks like Taylor Swift a little bit.
So Cassidy is where I get all my Cassie's where I get all my fantasy recs from. Now she didn't like Babel, but I will say that I think she didn't like it because it wasn't fantasy enough. She reads like, when I want a high fantasy book, I go to Cassie.
Yeah, well, all in the background you could see, like, she had Robin Hobb really prominent, and she had a whole heap of other, and I'm like, oh, I've read some of those.
She's branched out a lot, in the last couple of
Mhm.
years that I've been watching her, but she definitely started as like a very fantasy heavy channel. It looks like Lexi has 3.7k subscribers. I don't know how. A little bit of Monica. No.
Cool Gamer also joined us. While you try and find that out, I'll go through some of these comments. Reader's Retreat got to chapter 8 and did dishes. Did dishes, put drops in my eye. I wasn't reading that right. I'm like, did dishes and drops in your eye? I'm like, what? How were you doing the dishes?
Yeah, Monica definitely has the least amount of subscribers. She's at 591.
Yeah.
But I know that when she first started her channel, she wasn't doing a lot of actual videos. She like started her channel just kind of simply for the Pyramid Book Club. So she was doing like a period book club announcement of because it's Monica, Michelle, and Lexi, and together, if you put Michelle, Lexi, Monica, it makes MLM. So Pyramid Scheme MLM. Okay, anyway. So Pyramid Book Club, but she was only posting stuff for that. It's only been the last, I think, like year or so that she's 10 months, whatever, that she's been consistently posting videos. Okay. Because I think Mel is up closer to Cassie. She's somewhere in between Cassidy and Lexi, subscriber wise.
Yeah. MH has also, it's Mary Hope, isn't it? Mary Hope has also joined, getting back from getting drinks with friends and making some mac and cheese and settling down to read. That is awesome. Load of Cool Gamer. Got a few pages into chapter 19. That's awesome. Hello and welcome. Thank you for being here. I got to page 55 in interesting facts about space. And she is muted. Who is muted? You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. All right. Sorry, I was muted. That makes more sense. I'm like, hang on a second, we've just been having a conversation. I can't be muted. I have 152 pages of a graphic novel, Hockey Girls Loves Drama Boy. Sounds like fun. For Ari. Losing her tooth. Read 47 pages of A Red String Theory and got ready for bed so I can snuggle up and warm and hang out and fall asleep. Sounds like a good plan. I could do with a nap.
Yeah.
I have 4 kids and once found a random tooth. I had to check each kid to see who it belonged to. Open your mouth. Who's lost a tooth?
Who's lost it?
Everyone line up. We always did it under our pillow in an envelope. Yeah, see, I did the water thing because one of my kids used to wake up even if you walked into their room. So we just done it to leave it on the table. So when they came out in the morning, it was on there where they sat at the table because everybody was like that, had to have their seat. And they would leave their little cup, leave their tooth in it, and then they'd come out and there'd be money in the cup. So always coins. We don't pay big for teeth around here. Oh my God, that's too cute. Ari's first tooth. I understand the emotions. Most definitely. Neroli, my youngest, when she lost her first tooth, on photo day, school photo day, she was standing in the kitchen with it. I still don't know the full story. I don't know whether someone was pushing and shoving, because 3 girls can be a little bit like a blood sport sometimes when they get into a mood. Anyway, I was getting stuff ready to leave the house, and I hear this almighty thump and then a scream. And then Neroli, who's like a little tiny little thing, walks out doing this with teeth in her hand.
Teeth?
And I'm like, yeah, teeth. 2 teeth. 2 front teeth knocked straight out. And I'm like, right, who did it? And she's like wailing like nothing else. And I'm like, you're fine. Your teeth just fell out. They'll grow back. You'll be fine. Now, who did it?
You'll be fine.
And then she's like, and then no one owned up to anything. And then she turned around. Savannah, I think it was Savannah, turned around and said she was trying to open up the cornflakes container to make herself breakfast. And it was a Tupperware container, and she used her teeth. So she pulled her teeth out, and the bang was that landing on the table. Then I looked
I
at
wonder if she
her.
was crying. It's always worse when you do it to yourself.
Yeah, I still don't believe that story. I still think someone pushed her and they didn't want to own up to it. I do not believe them, the three of them. They all looked as guilty as sin. Like
they did some like doors slamming tooth stuff or something, huh?
I'm just like, and I'm like, you'll be fine. And then I realized, I'm like, oh crap, it's freaking photo day. So I've got this photo of her going,
yeah.
she's got no front teeth. And I'm just like, oh my God, of all days. And then the other one for photo day was Savannah. She cut her fringe, not on the side, not to here, but right to the scalp in the middle. The day before photo day.
Oh no.
And I'm like, I took it down to the hairdresser, and Georgia goes, I can't fix this. Like, this is unfixable. And I'm like, headbands it is. She had headbands for 6 months. But instead of sitting back here where they're supposed to, they sat along here, like where your bandanas sit. She looks so ridiculous. But yeah, gotta love it. My mum never did, but my dad's house did. I used to keep them until I had a red mouse bag of teeth and eventually threw them away. It's a little bit like creepy. Someone, goes into your house and they pull out this little bag of teeth. My mum kept all of my teeth, and then when she passed away, I was like, what do I do with these? I think there's some in a box in my closet now. My mum still has all my baby teeth, and people think that it's weird. But you're right, Nicole. They may come in use one day. Yeah. Apparently, they can do they can
do stem cell research.
Yeah, I think it's the stem cells and that they do.
Probably.
I'm not gonna lie. If I'm not having any more kids, okay, I'm not. So like, hold me to that, please, please,
What
Lord,
are we
baby.
supposed to do?
Please, Lord, baby Jesus. Anyway, just pray for me that
how do we police that? Like,
just pray for me that my birth control method
Have
continues.
to get her a shot collar, a woofle collar.
Just pray for me that my birth control method continues to work. Okay, but so you know how people talk about like getting like keeping the umbilical cord blood. Right?
Yeah.
Which I didn't do because, first of all, I didn't know you could do that. And also my insurance didn't cover it. So like, was I going to pay for it? No. But the one thing that I do kind of wish that I had done, which I know that this like freaks people out. Okay. But was to encapsulate the placenta. Like, I wish that I had done it. And here's the reason why. Because it's like good for you to do it, I guess. Like you take them like a pill. You take like a pill.
You're supposed to just eat it right after you give birth, right?
Oh, no. I mean, you can. Like some countries do.
Well, some cultures do that. Yes, they do.
No offense to those cultures. That ain't happening. I'm not doing that shit. But one of my friends got it encapsulated, like into like dried and like put into pill capsules. And she said,
"Is your freeze dried placenta?"
Did you take your placenta?
Now there's a conversation. There's a conversation starter for you, or killer. One of the two.
She said so. She and I are both prone to postpartum depression.
Yeah,
and she said it actually really helped her postpartum, and that it lessened the symptoms of her postpartum depression because you're basically taking all the shit that you lost when the baby came out with like your hormones or whatever and like balancing them back out. So like I just want to do it. If I ever have more kids, I'm not planning on it. I told myself I didn't
because we're gonna shock you from
you get the collar and then every time you think about it, it's like
you're gonna be like, oh, you don't need protection.
Here's the thing. I told myself that if I didn't have another kid by the time Ari was 5, that my time was done with children. I mean, I suppose that could change, I guess. Like, because sometimes, like, I'll see, like,
Can
my friends.
I just say, as a woman that had babies in her 20s and also in her 30s, if just don't. I'm not even gonna elaborate on that. Just if you don't want to, just don't, because it's so much harder. Like, I had more patience as an older person.
Yeah.
But the energy wasn't there. And yeah.
That's fair. Here's the thing.
Makes you older quicker than you.
Sometimes, like, I see my friends having babies, because a lot of, like, I have friends that waited until they were in their 30s to have babies, which is great for them. Like, love that for you. And like, I'll see them like have their babies, and I'm like, oh, I want a baby. And then I was like, but like, you barely get sleep as it is, ma'am. Like, do you want to be up literally 24 hours a day? Like, do you want to do that? Is that a thing that you want to do? So, I mean, while, like, the thought of a baby is nice,
just go visit said friends, carry the baby, rock the baby, hand the baby back. Bye!
At this moment, I'm going to have to just, like, I guess I'm at that stage of life where I'm just, like, the auntie. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with being the cool auntie.
Even though Ari thinks that we should just go to the store and get her a sibling, and I'm like, that's not...
Yeah. Mia thinks the same thing. Like, she's hassling me to have a baby, and Dharma Jane's not having any more either, because she suffered incredibly with postnatal depression, like to the point it was almost psychotic. So
you'll see like someone's baby like on my Facebook feed, and she'll be like, "Oh, that baby's so cute." And she'll be like yesterday we were walking home from school, dude. There was this person that passed us like with a baby. We got just far enough away from this person that didn't hear her, and she was like, "Wow, Mom, we should just go buy a baby." And I was like, that's not how that works. Like, I have to make the baby. and then she said,
I mean,
she's not far off.
She's
not far off.
If you can afford it, you really can kind of.
When I tell her, like, we can't just go buy a baby, she'll be like, "This is why you need to get married." No. You don't get married to have a baby. That's not, no.
This is all starting to make sense now.
But this is why she's pushing me to get married.
Yeah, she wants to have a
kid baby. Because she brings it up at least 3 times a week. Mom, are you ever gonna get married? I think you should get married. You just seem so lonely.
Because she wants,
like, that's nice that she thinks.
And that's where you turn it on her and go, "Are you lonely?"
I do ask her that, and she said she tells me no, but then she'll be like, "No, Mom, I have you," or some, you know.
Does she have cousins where you're moving to? Does she have little cousins around her age?
So she'll have one cousin that is her age. The rest of the cousins are older. Like, the rest of our cousins are like my mom's age. Like, they're technically my second cousins, makes her their whatever. We don't split all that shit. But basically, the cousins, like the core cousins, are all my mom's age or younger. Well, Jeremy might be a couple years older. I don't remember. But I think Jeremy may be the oldest cousin. And then it's like my uncle.
So none of your siblings have had kids yet?
So just my sister. So her only cousin that she has on my mom's side that is like her first cousin is my sister's son. But she is 5 years older than him. Like, her age difference between me, or between her and Avery, which is her cousin, my nephew, is the same age difference as between me and that sister.
Okay. Because I was going to say, if you've got little, she'll change her mind if there's little cousins, and they're very annoying.
Well, and her and Charlie are a year apart, and that's not there. He's technically also my cousin, but she thinks that Tara and I are sisters, which doesn't, like, that makes sense, kind of. Because Tara looks like my mom. So, like, I could see where she would think, like, "Oh, that's your sister," or whatever. But I will say that she gets very overwhelmed by Charlie very quickly. Yeah. So, like, whenever we go to visit, and they'll run in the backyard and everything like that.
So, and next time she says she wants a sibling,
4 hours, she'll be like, "Mom, can we
That's
go?"
what having siblings is like.
And I'll be like, "This is what having siblings is like. Don't you want a sibling?" No.
Really. No.
Yeah, all the rest of them are like her aunts and her uncles.
Yeah.
Which like the closest aunt or uncle to her is my brother, and he's 14, and he'll play with her and stuff, but like you can tell like he's 14, so he like doesn't really want to.
Yeah. So are we having the review portion of book 3 next Thursday?
Sure.
Jean, I thought we were, don't we normally just discuss it before we start the new book? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'd be
So
Sunday.
do you want me to start sprints an hour earlier so you can pop in, Neva, or?
Sure.
I can do that.
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I can. So basically, as long as we start sprints after 4 p.m., I can be here for the sprints. So if we start an hour earlier, that's what, 5?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me
see. When do you go to work? Because this is on Sunday. You go to work on Sunday.
Oh, okay. So Sunday. So yeah, we could. So I have to leave my house by 7 p.m., which would be an hour after we usually start sprints.
Yeah. Like so if I bring it forward half an hour or 45 minutes or an hour or whatever.
So what time do you usually start on Sunday?
I usually start at 9 a.m., which is 6 p.m.
I mean, if we start at well, yeah, I would probably if you start them at between like 5 and 5:30, my time. So that's what, so that's 8:30 your time.
Yep, that'll work for me because that'll give me time to get me to school and back again, and then I can just start them.
Yeah, then I can hang out. Then I can hang out long enough to discuss, and then I basically have to go.
Yep. Okay. Cool. That's easy. Better write that down because I'll forget. I'll change the time.
Actually, I need to write that down too because I'll forget that I'm even supposed to be on sprints on a fucking Sunday. And then my ass will lay down and like take a nap or something ridiculous. and then what I'll do, because like on Sundays, a lot of times what I do is I'll lay down for half an hour before I have to go to work. So I'll turn your sprints on and like listen to them like as background because I have to have background. Yeah. So if I don't write this down, what I'm gonna hear in the background is Neva, where the hell are you?
Well, I can always say, Neva, you're supposed to be on screen right now. What are you doing? Get up, get on screen.
And I'll be like, oh, I forgot. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here. Just turn your screen on and just have your little avatar there, and you can just talk, and you don't actually have to be on screen if you don't want to.
So if you're starting at 5 EST, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Is that too early for you?
No, that's perfect because because I'm off Sunday, so that's perfect because that'll be 3 my time, so I'll be able to pop in, do discussion, read for a little bit before the play.
Yeah.
Because the play's not till 6 my time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is this what the hell is going on in my street? Oh my god. Jamie's back after 3.6 hours, mostly my sister talking. I did get a few chapters read while she was talking.
3.6 hours?
She just puts her sister up on the counter and reads.
You know what though?
I'm
not gonna lie. My sister, who's 5 years younger than me, that I was just talking about, she does the same thing where she'll like call me and she'll be like, "Hey, I have a question," and then like 4 hours later, she's still talking. So a lot of times, because she doesn't have an iPhone, so we don't FaceTime, right? We just like talk on the phone. I'll just take my phone and I'll like I'll have my AirPod in and I'll put my AirPod in and I'll just like be sitting there and I'll be like this, like reading my Kindle, and I'll be like, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Cool. Sounds great.
Wow, that's great. That's really awesome. Like I paid just enough attention that I know what the hell she's talking about.
Yeah, fully. All right. I'm gonna put us into a sprint because I think someone's just turned up out the front and I can hear people walking around. So I will see you all in an hour.
All right.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
How did we go? I know I've finished. And I'm getting this in the bottom of the screen there. You finished too.
Yeah. You're muted, Neva.
All right, we knew that was going to happen at least once. Okay, thank you so much. I finished. I also am setting up for next week and making sure that I have things documented for this week so I can do my little memory plan, because apparently that's I wasn't going to do one this year. And then I watched other people that do digital planning, and she was doing memory planning, and I was like, wow, I really miss doing that, like documenting. Like, they're mundane things. They're like TV shows I watched or whatever. But like, I miss doing that. I did it last year, so I decided to do it. Now, there's like 3 weeks in January that I don't remember what I did, and I didn't document it very well. So only 1 week in January has been documented.
But that's okay, because sometimes you miss patients, and yeah. Did you put in today that Ari lost a tooth?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I wrote it in. Well, I typed it because I don't write on my iPad because my handwriting is atrocious on my iPad. Yeah. But I typed it in big letters, because what I do is I just reference my planner pages, like my weekly planner pages, to do the memory plan. Anyway, but I finished. I gave it 4.5 stars. The ending of these books, every book makes me tear up, bro. And I
Did
didn't
you see me laughing?
Yeah. I was like, he's at the end. But I knew, or no, I don't know why I didn't think about this. I've been pulling up the book on my Kindle, like my physical Kindle, and then like highlighting and trying to like make my Kindle work fast enough. My iPad sits on my lap. I have the Kindle app on my freaking iPad, and I was like, oh, I guess I could just pull it up and highlight on my iPad.
Yeah.
So that was my stupidity of the day. But I've now figured it out. So now I'm gonna, because I usually like read on my Kindle, but like having to close the book that I'm actually reading on my Kindle and then open the other book and then highlight, it's a lot. So now we're gonna just start doing it on the iPad. But yeah, 4.5 stars.
I would have to agree with that assessment.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I've rated mine 4.5 as well.
I think I gave the second one 4.5, and I think this one's better than the second one, so I might have to give it 4.75 just to
4.75. Yeah.
see the difference.
Yeah, because I gave the second one 4, and then this one 4.5.
Yeah, I know we'll discuss. What are we discussing next week, right?
Yeah, on Sunday.
Yeah,
on Sunday.
So I know we will, but I will say, this is all I'm going to say, because it's not really a spoiler. I will say, I feel like the character development between Ron, Harry, and Hermione is so much better. I mean, obviously, like, they're growing up, you know what I mean? But I feel like we see their character development more in this book. Also, the Tooth Fairy came and went, so.
Yes. That's a very expensive Tooth Fairy. She's very generous.
The Tooth Fairy she was kind of like debating, you know, between like $2 and $5. But she told me that the reason that she decided to go with 5 is because then theoretically Ari could actually purchase something.
This is true.
You know, it's inflation and everything.
Yes.
So
yeah, cost of living.
Yeah. So the Tooth Fairy was like,
cost of
maybe
playing.
maybe we should give her just enough that she could actually purchase a thing, you know?
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
But you got to do, like, did you tell the Tooth Fairy, like, now she's got to do at least 5 for every tooth?
Yeah. So that's where we've decided it's probably 5 per tooth.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's not like teeth are falling out every day unless she just starts like punching herself in the mouth. You know what I mean?
You know what? I need a new Barbie.
That's funny.
So the end of this book is really funny. Like, yeah, that was funny.
You mean like after Hogwarts?
Just like the very last page, I was like,
Yeah. And that part, because I know what you're talking about. That
when he goes home, sisters, like,
it carries over into the next book.
I just love it when he's all, yeah, I do have a godfather. Yeah, he's a convicted murderer, and he checks up on me.
And he just says,
And I was like,
"What now?"
It was just like, if they weren't petrified before that, now they're beginning quivering in the corner. Thanks, Steve. I got something in my eye. I would have done it myself.
And Vernon is definitely, like, it even says in the book, like, something about, like, Uncle Vernon looks at him stunned or something like that. Like, he's like petrified.
He's all grinning
like,
broadly at the look of horror on Uncle Vernon's face.
Because you know
he says all that, and Uncle Vernon's just like,
because you know they're putting Uncle Vernon in that moment was like, oh my god, is it the man that we've been seeing on the TV for the last year? That wild man.
I just love for Harry to have a moment where he talks some shit to the grown-ups and treat him like shit. Makes my day. Makes my day.
I will say, it seems that every time, because these 3 books, which is this the theme, so like it's not a spoiler, but like in the books, right at the end, there's always some kind of like heart to heart between Harry and Dumbledore, and that's what always gets me. Like that's what always makes me tear up, right? Because like this one, the heart to heart was him talking to Harry about the Patronus, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like I highlighted this part where he was like, I don't know, probably because of the month that we're in. Like this quote where he says, "You think the dead we have loved ever truly leave us. You think that we don't recall them more clearly than ever in times of great trouble. Your father is alive in you, Harry, and shows himself most plainly when you have need of him. How else could you produce that particular Patronus? Prongs wrote again last night." Bro, I don't know why that hit me the way that it did, because I've read this quote a million times. Like I've read this quote a million times.
Just the first
I think it just hit
quote, I was like,
I almost lost my shit. Like I almost turned the camera off because I could.
Hence why I turn cameras off, people.
Like
I had to like
my eyes,
like do some Lamaze there for a second.
I was like, I don't know if anybody saw me, but I was literally like, I was highlighting it, and I was like, because I was like trying to keep my eyes from watering all over my face.
You're highlighting, and I was over here like this.
I was like.
You will see, I wasn't on camera, so I didn't feel a thing.
Mm-hmm. We believe you.
Yeah, which we know that's lies, right?
I
think for me, this book is like some of the parts that, like with so not having a caring adult as a child sucks big time. It does. As an adult reading this, it takes you back to your childhood, and it's not so much a trigger. It's just like, that would have been wonderful to have someone like that in your life that cared that much.
And if you had, and like for me, like my parents were not that person. Like my opa and my grandma Nancy were that person. Like it's kind of a running joke between me and, well, it's not, I don't know if it's really a joke anymore, but it was a running joke between me and he who I don't speak about on this channel anymore. That like my true
Voldemort.
Yeah, him. That my true parents were my opa and my grandma Nancy. You know what I'm saying? Because they were always like the safe space for me to go. So I think because like my opa is now not on the earth anymore, these books seem to hit me harder when it comes to those things, because like my mom, I mean, I'm sad that she's, you know, dust now. But also like she wasn't, I mean, she was cremated.
You are as bad as my husband. Oh, you know, my mum's just pushing up daisies. It's like,
she's in a box on the mantle. Like, I don't know how else to put it.
But at least she's not under the bed. Like, small mercies, right?
Listen, If that was the truth, I would be like, Dad, I love you, but this is creepy. Okay. No.
At least
Like-
put her on top of the bed. Like, on the pillow.
Like I am sad that she's gone. Like she's my mother. You know what I mean? But she was not a safe space for me to be. So, yeah. Also,
Well, that reminds me, my dad texted while we were sprinting, and I totally ignored that.
also, I just need to show how cute
I
this
was
is.
reading.
So I told myself that when I ordered these gifts, I had to spend $100 on Amazon. I don't know why I did that. But I did spend $100. Okay. And I got 2 diamond paintings. I've been wanting these ones for a while. So you're not even going to be like, wow, I can't believe you bought those, because you know I've been wanting them. The other one is not here yet.
Okay.
But I got one of them today, and look how cute it is.
I buy anything, Elmo.
Look.
Oh, cute.
Aww.
Which she had, like, we have the Elmo one from Diamond. This is from Diamond Art Club, but the ones like on their actual website, which is like what they look like. These remind me of like the Muppet Babies. And
I was gonna say it looks more like the Muppet Babies.
yeah, I have the Abby one coming, but it's not going to be here till tomorrow.
It's so cute,
But
the
like
Muppet
this
Babies.
came in the mail, and I opened it, and I was like, "This is so much cuter than I was expecting." I don't really know what I was expecting, but it has an AB and a glow in the dark. So I'm kind of scared that the black is going to be what glows in the dark.
So it'd be
don't know.
worse if it was his eyes.
So at least if it's the black, it'll just be like his outline and like his
Outline.
mouth.
Yeah.
I'm kind of praying that's what it is, because if it's his eyeballs that glow in the dark, this is not getting hung up in her room.
No. Well,
'Cause
you could
already-
always take you could always not do the ABs and just do them in a plain white.
I might do that. If this thing says that well, really, if it says that the white is the glow in the dark, I think the white might be the AB, to be honest.
Yeah.
But if it says that the white is the glow in the dark, I'm gonna be like, we're gonna pass on that, and I'm gonna order some different diamonds to go in his eyes. But then I have Abby coming tomorrow. But now I need this entire collection of these, because these are so cute, and they have the Harry Potter characters in this same style too.
Cool. I remember when
You
my
go
daughter, my
through-
25-year-old, got a Tickle Me Elmo for Christmas. She was like,
Oh my god.
her first Christmas. So she was born on the 3rd of March, and it was her first Christmas. So she was like 9 months old. She was sitting on because at that time my mother was still in my life, and she was sitting on my mum's lap, and she turned the gate, and like Tama Jane was a tiny, tiny little baby. Like she just never grew until she was a bit older. And she's sitting on my mum's lap, and then they gave her the Tickle Me Elbow, and I just happened to have the camera going, and it was shaking the shit out of her as well. So
My sister
Tickle Me Elmo and my daughter are like, she thought it was the best thing ever.
my sister had a Tickle Me Elmo, and that stupid thing like to come on like in the middle of the night in the bottom of because we had like a toy chest
toy
thing.
box.
And it would get put in the bottom of the toy chest, and you would hear it like rattling everything else around. So it'd be like, in the thing. And I'm like, oh my
Chucky.
god. But yeah,
Chucky's in
so
my
that
toy box.
came today. So cute. I also got a new pop socket, because my pop socket, I really like this one. It says probably reading smut, but she's pretty you can't even read the words on it anymore. She's pretty
Average.
tragic. So I got one that says, in a world of bookworms, be a book dragon. I'm gonna make a reel of me like changing.
I like how you like put your tray thing in the Etsy cart and then put it away and immediately went shopping somewhere else.
Oh no, I bought
She
the
bought
Amazon
these the
yesterday.
other day, didn't you?
Oh, okay.
Because I needed. Well, I had to get the the birthday gifts before Saturday, and so I was like, hopefully I have time or whatever. But we have like a distribution center really close to where I live still, like it's in Indianapolis, so I can get some stuff like the next day. So I got like half the order. But no, I ordered that stuff yesterday. Absolutely not. I do not. No.
When you order through Jaded Gems, do you have to request if you want like special drills?
There will be a drop box.
I already talked to
there
her. I got my quote on the kitty picture.
Yeah, so if you want special gems, like if you want her to chart it for that, I would email her back and say, hey, can you chart it for ABs or whatever you're wanting? Because she does
No, I don't even know what the difference is or anything.
So the AB is like, please hold.
It's twinkly, right?
Yeah, it's got a coating on it, and
they have like
an iridescent look to it. So,
okay, here.
remember blue opal lipstick, like that bluish, purplish, pink color that
I don't know
goes
if you
through
can see it on the camera.
Like an oil stain. Like
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you like see it? I don't know if you can see it on the camera.
Yeah,
I can take a picture.
Kind of, but I see what you mean. Like it's got like a pearl shimmer to it.
Yeah. It's just like a glittery coating on the top. I know she charts for ABs. I don't know if she charts for any other special drills like the fairy dust or anything like that, which have a glitter thing on the top, but they're more subtle than ABs. And I don't know if she charts for those, but I think that it's $5 extra. Because on her regular on her regular charts, like if you buy like one that's already pre-done, right? That's already a picture. There's a drop thing on that where it'll say like, do you want ABs? And then do you want like what is that called? A toolkit. So I think the toolkits are extra. I don't remember. You probably don't need a toolkit. You should have stuff to do painting. And then the ABs, I believe it's a $5 charge, which I don't feel like is that much considering that she's a small business.
No, that's nothing on top of what it's gonna cost me for the picture that I want anyways, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
and I will
you guys the picture again and you tell me if it'd be worth requesting any of the colors and ABs or something else.
I will say
about it. I've only ever gotten the Amazon ones that they don't come with any special shit.
Drills. I will say that I've seen charts done from like completed charts done in pictures and videos from her shop, and I think that her charts look really good even without the special drills. Like her diamonds are still really like shiny and sparkly.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think I would necessarily need it, but I was just like, maybe I should ask somebody if it would be worth.
It's usually you can like say there's like a special like a mark on the kitten or the cat that you want to highlight. You could put a couple through there. You could put a couple of sparkly ones through the fur. Or in their even the ones that I've got, they've been really random where they go. Like I had one that had snow on the ground for the frosted dragling, and so patches of the snow had a few of the ABs in it.
Yeah,
to sort of highlight a little bit. And then the three girls that I was doing, there were speckles through one of the girls' dress, so they were AB. So there was like dots through it that just gave that little bit of shimmer a little bit more. So
yeah, recent charts that I've done, like I finished the White Rabbit chart. That chart had a lot of fairy dust, and then like all of the pink in that chart was AB.
Yep.
But all of the white was fairy dust, and I felt like the fairy dust, like if they had done a white AB, it would have been too much. Like doing a white fairy dust was just enough extra that with the pink, like the pink AB, it was really good. And then my Doctor Who chart, the what is that called? The TARDIS. It's all in ABs, so it's all blue and white ABs, but the blue AB is pretty kind of just like sprinkled in.
Right, like I got you. Like confetti. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just organizing my books that I've got to take down to Brisbane with me.
Good. Oh, good. Do you want me to read the comments or you want to?
Yeah, could you? if that's all right.
No problemo, ma'am. Let me look here. Let me scroll. What the heck? Okay, what is happening?
If you want to know where we're at, here you go. I'll highlight it for you. There you go.
Thanks. Thanks so much. I was almost there. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Jean made it to 75% of River Enchanted. Raleigh says, I love Ron and his family so much. Honestly, the Weasleys are my favorite.
They are
And
pretty
I
cool.
feel like they're so much better in the books. Like, I feel like they were just like, we were really robbed. Like, people that have
Yes.
only ever seen the movies, I feel like we're so robbed of who the Weasleys really were.
I
Which
agree.
is why I'm kind of glad that so many people are doing like the read-alongs of Harry Potter. I know it's causing debate in the book world, but I just feel like there are characters like Neville and like the Weasleys that we just didn't get to understand how great they were if you only saw the movie. So, you know. They allude to it in the movie, but things are explained to what happens. Yeah, so they see it. This was about the murder.
Yes, the execution. Yeah.
Heavy for little kids. Yeah, she really does like the first two movies, and then she did not watch the 20th anniversary special thing that was on HBO because she didn't care. I cried through the entire thing, so that's great. If I remember correctly, I actually watched it with Mariah, and we both kind of just like sniffled our way through the entire thing. Good night, Paul. Please tell me your name is Paul. I'm pretty sure Reader's Retreat's name is Paul. If I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure it's Paul because he was on Leandra's sprints and then he came over and he followed me, which I think is so nice. What do you think of this was River Enchanted. Pretty sure they just put a pumpkin. So, okay, I'm going to turn the spoiler banner on really quick. So this part, hold on.
This is when they do the time thing.
Yeah. When they kill the pumpkin, when they axe the pumpkin, that's after time has already been turned back. So that is what you do see, but it's after the time has been turned back and they have rescued Buckbeak. But in actual time, before Dumbledore sends them to turn back time, Buckbeak is executed.
Do you think so? Because
yes,
everything that they did after the fact actually already happened during the fact too. So if
time still flowed the same way. There was only so much.
What I'm saying is there's a paradox. So for him to be able to see himself across the way doing the Patronus, then he also
the two timelines are running.
Rescued the bird.
Yeah, but because the two timelines are running parallel. And we see Hagrid's reaction to Buck.
Because remember, in the book, Hagrid's walking up the thing.
Hagrid watches him be executed.
Yeah, and he's also drunk as well.
See, and that doesn't make sense if you think about time travel in a realistic.
So here's the issue.
It doesn't make sense because it would have all had to have happened.
Right. This is why. You'll see this later, but this is why at the end Hermione gives a time turner back, because the author realized that this was an issue. It unfortunately this is a plot hole, one of many that we find.
And you also have to take into consideration as well that the author is writing for children,
and she also did. Yeah, so she didn't.
And really children are not going to pick. Kids
look too far into it.
Yeah, they're not going to examine it as close as we are.
Right. But I didn't even think about it until you brought it up, and then I was like, wait a second, that doesn't make sense.
There's only one other time that time turners ever come up. This is the issue with Cursed Child, actually, because
Mhm.
there's only one other time that the time turners ever come up. And I'm not going to say when it is because even though technically it's in the movies, it's not talked about in the movies. So you wouldn't even know that it's happening, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But she kind of there was something that she did in order to completely do away with time turners later on, which is why a lot of people have issue with Cursed Child, including me, because Cursed Child doesn't make any sense with what she did in the original 7 books. But that's why Hermione at the end, that's how she gets rid of the time turner
And now
until
they're
later
making
on.
Cursed
It's
Child
by-
into a movie
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it.
with all the original cast. They're actually they're splitting it into 2 movies. Are you excited?
I'm not. I mean, if y'all wanted to do like a watch along, I would do it, but otherwise, I'm not watching it. Like, I have no interest.
Let me see when
If-
it's coming out.
If you wanted to watch it to discuss it, then I would do it, but I just don't.
Oh, we're gonna force you to do it. You know it.
Sidra. Okay, this is about something. This is about River Enchanted.
It says it's not confirmed. Somebody lied to me.
Mm.
Sorry, guys.
Chris thought River Enchanted was 100 pages too long. Okay, this is just I'm gonna just skip y'all stuff about this book. Love y'all so much. Hello, Destin. Okay, they're still talking about that. River Enchanted. I haven't read River Enchanted, so I have no input.
Yeah, we can't
I
even
know
enter
you're
into the
obviously not
conversation.
talking about me, but it keeps throwing me every time I hear it. LOL, because I don't often hear it. Hear what?
Can I just tell you
We were
something that
talking
my
about
daughter got me?
Monica. You were
Oh,
talking
can I-
about Monica.
Oh, a little bit of Monica. I got you. Yes, go ahead.
Yep.
We want to see it.
She got me a coloring in book yesterday. She went
Yeah.
I
down.
know it's big.
She went down, moved the comment. Yeah, she went down to down the road to get me, not to get me anything. She went down to get stuff for herself, and she walked into Big W, and which is at like Kmart, Walmart, whatever, and got me this coloring in book. But
That's so
check out,
pretty. I
Wow.
love it.
it's all like
Wow, that's really pretty.
I need to
I know, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to color it in, like, because I do coloring.
Yeah,
And I'm like, I sort of want to go and buy. I want to buy another one, so I can frame some of the black and whites.
yeah, so you can have two, one you can color and one not.
Yeah,
I
like,
love
look
it.
at that one.
Wow.
And there's one in here is my absolute favorite. Like, this one's gorgeous. This is called Perla.
I love those. They're very just like fantasy.
They are. This woman person does amazing work. Like Little Red Riding Hood.
Now I need to go buy a coloring book.
I like to do the mandala coloring books.
There's that one.
Whee.
This is my favorite.
Yes.
Halloween tea party.
Yes.
There's some beautiful pictures in here. This is my next favorite.
No, I like that one.
So I already know what sort of colors I'm going to use on that one, but I'm actually thinking of getting, because I reckon these would look amazing. Just just the detail in them, like in black slimline frames, and just my favorite ones out of it, and then have one for coloring and one for. This is adorable.
Aww.
So yeah, I think I'm going to have to buy another one. This one as well. This is pretty cute. But there's I thought there was a steampunk one. I don't know where it is, but it was pretty amazing. This is pretty cool too. Simple but effective.
I would just do you have a scanner? I would just copy the ones I wanted to color, and then that way you can.
Yeah, true. I could do that. There was another one. There was a steampunk one in here. It was pretty good as well. I'll just find it. The stray cat's outside meowing at me. Dude, I'm like, dude, I'm not feeding you. You can just go away. So it's worked out. If I sit on the doorstep and I meow, it'll annoy her, and she'll go and put food out the back. There it is. That's the steampunk one.
Oh, nice.
I love it. So yeah, it was really nice. This is the daughter that's been treating me like I'm a piece of dirt on her shoe.
Mm-hmm.
So she must have been feeling guilty and decided that Mum deserves to, she said, "I seen it and I just thought of you, Mum." I'm like, "Oh, thank you. You're so sweet." And I'm like, I'm just waiting for the knife to come out into the back.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Did Neva's picks? Oh, you did my picks for his last Smut Den? That's so cool. Yeah, because I know I vlogged the first ever Smut Den that I participated in. I think it was like one of my first vlogs or whatever. It probably wasn't very good, but like I definitely tried, you know. Tooth Fairy always left us $1. That's usually what we got, but also inflation. And like back in the day,
Cost of
you know,
living.
you could buy things for $1.
You could
walk out with
when I was a kid for $1.
yeah, or you could go to the local store with $1 and walk out with 100 lollies because they were a cent each.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like you could buy
'Cause I'm
things
that old.
for $1. There was such a thing as penny candy. You know what I'm saying? We just finished chapter 17. Now he has to go to bed. He's a little late. That's okay. Or he was a little late too. Chris won Icebreaker at a bookstore contest in skimming the book. Don't think I'm the audience. Probably to read too much literary fiction to enjoy other genres. That's fair.
So, Chris,
Well,
last night I was working out my prediction list for the Women's Prize for Fiction. I wasn't going to do a prediction video, but I thought, oh, why not? So I'm going to try to predict what books are going to be on the long list. So
I will also say that when it comes to Icebreaker, if you don't relate to either Nathan or Anastasia, so our two main characters, if you don't relate to either of them, and or the sports bother you, like because it is very hockey heavy, you're not going to enjoy it. So like
take the hockey out of it. So it's
like
a fun book.
She didn't like the hockey part of it. Like it was too, which is why I think you might actually like Pucking Around, because it's very obvious that they're on a hockey team, like, and there is hockey stuff. Like you do see games. Rachel is the hockey team's doctor. So like there is a lot of hockey, but there's also just a lot of fun, like smut.
If they can get the balance right, like the balance was almost there with for me, not for like I'm not talking about anybody, just me personally. The balance was almost there for Icebreaker. I think having both sports in it was too much. If it had just been hockey or just ice skating, I probably would have been okay. But because both sports were in it, it was just I am just not a sporty person.
And I think for me, I went into it knowing that it was about a hockey. I mean, I feel like you went into this too, but I think for me with hockey romance, I just assume that it's going to be heavy on the hockey.
Yeah. Well, so I think that's probably my first hockey romance that I've read. So probably if I know that going in, because I didn't know what I was going into.
Yeah.
I just knew it had sport in it. So if I know that going in, I probably would accept it a little bit better, because I usually don't bar books just because they've got sport in them, because I've read plenty of books that have got sport in them.
Yeah.
But the balance was almost there. Like it was just almost there. I just think having both ice skating and the hockey in it was a little bit too much.
I will say that I hadn't read anything except the Pucking Around series. So I had read Pucking Around, or I had read That One Night, Pucking Around, Pucking Ever After Part 1, or Volume 1, sorry, and Pucking Wild. I had read all of those before I read Icebreaker.
Because Icebreaker was my first hockey one.
And then I finished Pucking Ever After Volume 2 quickly after Icebreaker. Like I put that one back on like the back burner because I was like, I can't read 2 hockey books at once. I can't do it. Which is why I was like, oh, I'm really in like my hockey romance era, because every time I see a hockey romance, I'm like, I'm gonna be listening to that. Which now that I know that that Pucking Around is on Everand, I want to almost want to do the audiobook now, because I didn't read it with the audiobook. I read it with my eyeballs. because there was no
See, I
audio.
don't own any of these books, so I'm only doing them by audio.
I think I might do the audio just so I can experience it. If I hate the audio, which is what happened to me with the Vicious Lost Boy series, I didn't like the audio. And so I was just like, well, these will just be, I mean, they're still my, like, one of my favorite series, but like, I will only ever reread them with
your
Matt.
eyeballs. You can always do a sample and see if you like
Yeah,
it.
I could do that too. I can't believe Bookser Sit grew as fast as he did.
Must be a creator's.
Yeah, it must be a creator. I don't know who this is, but that's wonderful. Oh, this was about the shot caller.
She might like the collar.
Here's the thing. I don't. Here's the thing
It's
about
a little
me.
bit forward of you there, Rally.
Here's the thing, Rally, about me. You ready? Okay, and then we're gonna go back to business as usual. I like a collar. I don't like electroplay. I don't like it. It's really like not comfortable for me. Like it's like a very uncomfortable sensation. So no.
So it would work to keep you from
to stop you from procreating.
I mean, yeah, but it would also stop me from ever having sex ever again. So.
Well, this is a form of contraception. Whatever floats your boat.
That's like the best way to avoid having children.
It's fine. I have,
especially the Florida way.
We'll send you a Mr. Bendy.
I have been using the same birth control method now for going on 6.5 years, and it's worked so far. And I have slept with other people in those 6 years, other than he who must not be named, who had a vasectomy. So like he wasn't getting me pregnant anyway. You know what I'm saying? So it's fine. I think I read somewhere that Matthew McConaughey and his wife buried theirs under a tree. Yeah, when I Googled it, that actually came up that like people will like have a ceremony. I'm not burying. Listen.
Is this about the placenta?
No. I think, well, I don't know. Maybe.
It might be.
Or is this about teeth? I thought this was about teeth.
Maybe.
Because I read a thing about burying your teeth. Like burying your baby, like your children's teeth with like sticks and stuff. But that feels kind of occultish to me. And I can see too much of the other side for me to feel comfortable.
Sticks and twigs, and that sounds like Blair Witch to me.
Babies are the easy part. Raising them to adults and being responsible in every stage is the hard part. Yeah, tell me about that. Tell her you and her can babysit. Oh, babysit. This is with Ari, babysitting children. Or tell her before that you have to be able to take care of a plant or animal. Yeah, so she really wants a puppy. Which I'm at this point where I'm like, okay, if we can get into a place that would allow, which the apartments that I've looked at will allow pets, like there's like a pet deposit and all that shit. But if I'm going to get her an animal, it's going to be from a baby, like from a puppy or a kitten, not like, I mean, I'll rescue them still, but it will not be like an adult rescue.
I would be inclined to get a cat because they're less likely to disturb your neighbors.
That's what I'm thinking. I feel like a cat is less likely to fine.
Cats are very antisocial anyway, whereas a dog needs to have that company. And if should happen to be working during the day and Ari's at school, that dog is by itself for hours at end.
Barking and all that.
Barking, carrying on, making an ass of itself. Like I love dogs as much as the next person.
Yeah.
But if you're renting, you're better off going with a cat because a cat is more neighbor friendly.
She's asked for both, but I think that Ari also prefers cats over dogs, which is fine. But I think it's because the cats that she has lived with have been cats that will cuddle with you and they will be affectionate, but they will also give you your space. And I feel like if we get a kitten, then that cat, and I've told her before, like this will be like, I'll help you raise this cat, but it will be yours. So when you move out, you're taking the damn thing with you. I haven't told her that, but I have said like this will be your animal. So you have to help.
You're responsible for it. You're going to keep this
everything
alive.
Whatever. So I am leaning more towards getting like a kitten
Mhm.
for those reasons.
Mhm.
And then I'm gonna figure out.
And also too,
to
the other
train
side of the
his
coin,
cat to go outside because I'm really not trying to have a litter box.
yeah, and on the other side too, having a dog, if you're working nights and trying to sleep during the day, that dog wants to play. Tag, you're it. You're not sleeping.
Yeah.
That too, and that's
Yeah.
the other thing is like puppies are very close to having a newborn.
Mhm.
I will die
Mhm.
because I'm not going to wake Ari up at 2 o'clock in the morning to take the dog
No,
out. Like, that's going to be
because
my
that's
responsibility.
yeah, that's your
I came home with
responsibility.
this puppy and you guys didn't even shock me.
Oh Lord, that's what they used to tell my older brother. When you can take care of a plant well, you can maybe date, and when you can treat others well and take care of a dog, you can think of a vegan dad. Dude, I watched this TikTok, or well, it was on Facebook, but I watched this thing where a guy, he was doing like slam poetry, but he was talking about how he won't let his children, like his boy children, like his sons, boy children, play with dolls because he doesn't want them. And like the whole poem is about how he doesn't want them to learn that women are possessions. So until that they can learn, like I'll send you the link because you need to like actually like listen to what he's saying. Because at first it pissed me off because I was like, you're not gonna play with dolls, boys.
No, I was just trying to figure out what his rationale when you said he wasn't going to. I mean, there are lots of men out there have very different reasons why, but
no,
yeah.
basically what he was saying was like, because society sexualizes women and uses and treats women as possessions, that until his sons can learn that women and children are not possessions, that he doesn't want them playing with dolls.
That's
like
fair enough.
it was very. Listen, I cried. Okay, I'll send y'all the link. I'll send it
Thanks.
so you can watch it.
Thanks, friend. Make me cry. Awesome.
I figure if I cry, you should too.
Thanks.
And I'm probably gonna cry in the next sprint because I have to finish the winners.
You need to finish that. The video's got to be done.
Dragging my fucking feet, and it comes out on fucking Saturday.
Yeah, I've got till 3 a.m. Sunday, so
shut up. Well, I have till noon on Saturday, so I mean, technically, I could finish it tomorrow, but yes, Shannon, I am still doing banned book summer. So, I mean, I don't know exactly. I don't know if this is like actually an event. I talked about doing this last year where in the summertime I was just going to read banned books, or I was going to read as many banned books as I could. Now, obviously, we're doing Kindle Unlimited Mayhem in May. So I think I'm going to do banned book summer June and July since we have. Wait, when is Amazing Readathon?
July. June?
Okay,
July.
so I think I'm going to stretch out
it's one of the months that start with J.
Yeah, so I'm going, basically, I probably will
and then you got Pick Pongathon in
August, right?
Yes,
so I'm probably going to see how many banned books, because the books that are banned are kind of, some of them are ridiculously stupid that they're banned. But I'm going to see how many of them I can fit into Amazing Readathon and Pick Pongathon, both of which I'm helping to host in one way or another. But yes, I am planning on doing banned book summer. So if this is something that people want to do, I will look and make sure it's not like already someone's event, because I don't want to steal someone's event.
I don't think it is. I think that there's a couple people that like read banned books.
Yeah,
over a weekend or something like that. But I don't think that there's actually an event
I could make this a pretty like low key event. I can make graphics and stuff. I'm not very good at doing my own readathons. I've only ever done one that was like actually an extensive one, and that was last year when I did Stars Hollow readathon. So I'm not like the best at doing it not by myself. You know what I'm saying? Especially because like I don't have a lot of time to put anything together. Like I'm not going to try to do it in like a couple of months. So it would be low key. Like you're not going to have any prompts or anything, but I can make like graphics, and I can do like a banned books that I want to read over the 3 months if people want that. But yes, I am going to do banned book summer just because it sounds fun to me, and I would like to. I feel like to read banned books is to diversify my reading.
Mhm.
So,
I'll be down
um,
with that. I'll do that with you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
This is
Well,
about
you jumped on the mayhem. I'll jump on yours.
yeah, right. Okay.
Fun.
And this
Awesome.
is
It's
about
official. The clock can be
anyway.
Neva's
So
alarm clock.
yeah, this was about for Sunday, but I have it
Yeah.
marked in my planner. So I was just kind of like back planning stuff, but also this week's spread is gonna look so cute. Anyway, I just love a pretty planner, honestly. Hello, Crystal. Have to finish up her last week work. I'm sure you're done with that by now. Then I'll be smashing out Babel with your help and then editing a vlog. Wonderful. I'm sure you're somewhere here in the comments. My brother called me today, and after 5 minutes, he said he was tired of talking to me and passed me on to his fiance that happens to be my best friend because I introduced them. Yeah, and you're out here having 3+ hour phone calls with your sister regularly. So the only sister that I like purposely do this with now, my sister who's immediately under me on my mom's side, so Phoenix, she will just like talk and talk and talk about nothing. So like that's why I just like will read. Hopefully she's not watching this. If she is, it's fine. But my
I'll deal with
other
that later.
my other sibling, Anna, they will call me and we will purposely sit on the phone. Like we use each other as like a body double.
Mhm.
That's what you call it, like in ADHD world. So like if she has something she needs to do or I have something I need to do, but we also like all through the pandemic, we would watch shows together. So we would
Mhm.
FaceTime each other and then mute. And then so that we could see each other. And then we would be
Mhm.
watching a show on Teleparty. We watched so many shows this way. She's the one that introduced me to K-dramas, and now I'm obsessed with them. Like I and because they're so the thing with K-dramas is like they're so because of the regulations in Korea, they can't have like explicit sex scenes. So like it's like a lot of tension, and then you might get like a kiss at the end, right? You're like, it's like the greatest thing. Like the amount the obsession that I have with K-dramas now is so ridiculous because it's just such wholesome content. And I don't mind because Ari's nosy and tries to watch things. I don't mind so much if she like happens
Yeah,
to
like there's not a lot that's going to.
However, when my sister and I were watching I had to be like, Ari, you have to go over there. You can't watch this. Absolutely not, ma'am. No. It annoys me sometimes that I end up liking books I don't own more than the ones I do own. I want to keep the good ones. And this is why I unhaul books and then I buy the ones that I like. Now, I will say I only purchase ones that I've already read if I'm going to reread them or annotate them, but even so. Page 90 of my book and loving it. Wonderful. Pee and water break. Started a shelf in Goodreads for books I read that were not mine that I want copies of. Yes. I got 96% in A Gentleman of Moscow.
Nice.
Jess got home from work, begrudgingly got the Audible of Fireborn, so I'm going to work on that in the next sprint. I think that you will really enjoy this, to be honest. I listened to a sample of it because I can get it from my library. I listened to a sample of it because I need to read it for 12 Recs from 12 Besties. It's Brittany's pick, and honestly, I don't think you'll regret buying it. Finished Enchanted, 10th book for Team Spice Girls. Now starting Thornhedge. Wonderful. Lamaze.
I just said he had to do some Lamaze at the end of the book.
Oh.
Isn't that line about dead people? I was just like,
Lamaze.
dang it.
Yeah, you need to do some birthing. Isn't that birthing
I
exercises?
just need to do some
Yes,
breathing.
that's what you do when you're in labor.
That's what I thought.
I was breathing so I wouldn't cry.
Yeah, Lamaze, they taught me how to do the ball. Like when I had Ari, she was the only one where I sat on the ball.
Just like, give me the drugs. I don't care about your
Here's the
Lamaze.
thing, bro. I was so determined with Ari that I was not gonna have because I'd already had that blood transfusion. I'd had two actually. I'd already had 2 blood transfusions, and I was like, I don't need any other complications with this freaking pregnancy, bro. Like I don't. And this lady, bro, this nurse had the fucking audacity. Okay, I'm like hours into labor, and she's talking about you just look. What did she say to me? She was like, "How old are you?" And I was like, 26. And she goes, "Oh, you just look like you're 16." Thank you. Get away from me. Like, please. Like, Aquila had to come in and was like, can you go get her some like ice or something? Because like the only other time that's ever happened to me was when I had my first child. I was 20 and the nurse told me I looked like I was 10 years old. And I looked her in the face and I said, how many 10-year-olds have been in here giving birth?
Yeah, that would have been my first question.
She kind of like looked taken aback, and I was like, I'm serious. I said, because if there are 10-year-olds in this hospital giving birth, that's a problem. And then she never came back, so I think I scared her away. Oh, this was about because I said my mom is dust now. I'm sorry. If I don't laugh, I'll cry. You know what I mean?
And I don't know what that says about me that I laugh every time.
Well, I mean, at work, I forget that they're like sensitive to the fact that I have like that my mom is dead. So I will be like I went into work last week on her birthday, which was last Monday, and like I was pretty like emotional, like I kept just like crying about like nothing. And Eli was like, "Are you good?" And I was like, "Yeah, my mom is just dust and today is her birthday." And he just like looked at me and he was like, "Jesus Christ."
Tell us what you really think, Neva.
He's like, God. And then he just like kind of didn't talk to me the rest of the night unless it had to do with work. Because I think he was scared of what I would say.
I was going to say, he's probably scared that you're going to say something or burst out.
I do love how Dumbledore says how people should not fear saying Voldemort's name. They should just say it. Yeah. So it's not in the movie. So like I can't say there's a like as the books go on, there's like a really big explanation as to why a lot of people don't say the name. But Dumbledore is a person who does believe that like not using the proper name for something gives it power.
Yeah.
Fearing something.
And not only that, speak of the
fear
devil and the devil will appear.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Tickle me Elmo. Neva can do Elmo while Coda does his Naked Man. Oh, I did put this up on my community tab. Speaking of diamond paintings, I do not know how much diamond painting content is going to be done between now and moving. There's one video that's coming up, which is my kitting up video for the Tinky Winky painting. But currently, everything but Tinky Winky is packed up. Like they're in their boxes until we move. So I don't know that I'm going to be doing diamond painting content after this video comes out next week, just because it's going to be a pain in my ass to have to try to like
move it. You've got to pack everything up and you're moving and stuff
when we move. So I'm going to still be doing like vlogs and stuff because those are easy and like low key enough that I can make those and edit them on my phone. But the diamond painting is probably going to take a break. I will come back to it though, probably like in the middle of March. Because honestly, I'm just starting to like get the itch to diamond paint again. Like I'm like, oh, I can diamond paint, but I cannot unpack everything right now.
So do we want to do another sprint?
Yeah, we can. Hold on.
Yeah.
Furbies used to come on talk on their own at night too. Yeah,
that's scary.
Furbies are creepy, bro. I had a Furby and they're creepy.
My little sister and I had Furbies, and she's like 6 years younger than me. So I don't even know how old we would have been. Like probably
Furbies.
Six and 12, maybe, or younger.
That's the thing. Like they're one of those 90s, like 80s, 90s trends.
We had a creepy one, dude. Like mine was gray, and his name was Halo. And when he talked, he was cute. He was like, "Hi, me Halo." And then hers was like black and white and looked like a gremlin. And when he talked, he was all me ta. We never did know what his name was because we couldn't tell what he was fucking saying. So mine's like me Halo, and he's all me ta.
Oh my god! Imagine that coming on in the middle of the night.
No, and he did.
Oh my gosh! Like, been out of there like a shot. You started that one, did you?
Yeah.
Yep, cool. All right. We're going to do an hour. Everybody up for an hour? Yep.
I'm gonna throw
Cool.
some TV on, I think, and take a break, eyeball break. I
An
mean,
eyeball break.
a board break.
I'm going to listen to the winner. So if my camera goes off at any time, it's because I'm crying my eyes out.
Well, I'm about to start. I was debating whether I was going to go back to Dune, but I'm like, I'm already behind, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to read.
Yeah, I'm also behind.
Wildfire.
I am enjoying it, but I'm behind.
Yeah.
I've already read it, so I'm enjoying it. I just need to watch my new TV for a little bit. That's all.
That's fair.
That's fine.
I'm gonna try to finish the winners and then watch more of what is this movie called or show? Love at First. No, Love is Blind, because we have new episodes of it.
Yeah, I seen there was new episodes. I just got
Hmm.
rid of Netflix, so I'll have to binge watch it for like.
I was gonna say, do you want my Netflix?
No, because it's fine. I turned Netflix off because I don't know if this is global or not, but here in Australia, they have a thing happening now that every time me or Brendan or Nerali go on to any of our TVs, because we all watch different shit, so we have our own TVs, then Netflix starts booting us off saying we have to verify our household and all the rest. What? We've verified the bloody thing about at least 200 times because this has been going on for months and it's every single bloody day. And I just said to Brendan, I said, I'm not paying for it anymore. That's it. I'm done on that. And all they want is I pay for 5 devices.
Yeah, 5 screens. Yeah.
Yeah, five screens. And they're still doing it. And it's like, so I just went, you know what? I'm done for a while. I just need a break from that email coming and that text coming. I'm not paying for it anymore. So
Yeah,
we all agreed that
they won't even let you share outside of the household anymore.
yeah,
No matter
yeah.
how many
Considering their
devices
whole
you have.
platform was watch it anywhere, share it with your friends, and all the rest of it, and then they go and turn it around.
That's how they started. Was that they wanted people to be like Netflix really became what it was because people were getting the subscription and then giving it to like their kids that were in college, so that their kids had shit that they could stream without having to worry about like having cable or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, we just decided as a family that we would just disconnect it for a while because we're all sick of the emails and the text messages.
Yeah, I used to use my mom's, and now it tells me you're not in Texas.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I'm not in Texas.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. But see, we had it because my husband used to drive away from home. Like he was in the truck and it was a way for him to watch TV without having to, buy movies or whatever the case may be. He could actually stream. And then and so that's why we had it. So I just said to him, we'll get rid of it. So we've just kept Prime Video and Stan. And Prime Video has enough on it for us at the moment. So yeah. When we get bored, we'll get Netflix again. So yeah. All right, 60 minutes is okay.
Word.
Hello. I don't know where Nicole is, so I'm gonna wait to go do what I need to do before she comes back. I don't know. She might not have heard the timer. There she is.
No, I did. My husband was here. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Are you okay? I'm gonna be right back.
Okay, cool. All right. Sorry, I just had to bolt out and do some stuff. How'd you go?
I watched YouTube and then I put Harry Potter 2 on because I realized I never finished it. So I'm finishing.
Fair enough. How far into it are you?
He's just now going back into through the book to meet Tom Riddle.
Oh, okay. Yep. Cool. I was just packing some stuff up and then to take with me to Brisbane because I've got to take my whole life with me because I'm going to be gone for 3 weeks and I still have to work and everything. So I did that and I got up to chapter 4 of Wildfire. I also did some Instagram posting because I figured I should probably post on Instagram. I have all these people following me and I never post on there. So I posted up my book for today. I'm just doing today's reads. I'm not a great Instagrammer, so I just thought, you know what, I'll just put up today's read and put a picture up of it and be done with it. So, I don't know. I'm trying to still wrap my head around the whole Instagram thing, and it's just when you've got a ton of stuff going on. Sorry, my book just started playing again. When you got a ton of stuff that you do, it's hard to remember to go and post over there when it's not been your thing that you do all the time.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Now let me see where we were in the comments. Here we are. And Jane got up to 78% of A River Enchanted. I would have thought that the EBs would be the cat's eyes. Oh, the ABs, Jane, not EBs. Yeah, I was just looking at that picture and I agree with Neva just to put it in the fur.
Like the white parts or?
Yeah, like you know how there's like little coloured flecks in the fur on the picture? I would probably do them on that. But yeah.
Oh, there is like colored flecks.
When I was looking at it before, and when I was trying to decide where I'd probably in the fur with where I'd be putting the ABs in.
That's what I put too.
Yeah.
In the colored parts of the fur?
Yeah, like you know how there's like a little bit of like a bluish sort of color in the fur.
Yeah,
and that like those little bits and pieces. Or even the because there's a filter on this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would probably, in the fur, just not heavily done, just, a little bit of a shimmer. So when you look at that picture, you can see where it sort of looks like it's got a shimmer to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'd put the ABs. So cute. Cutting his little Tigger.
I know.
Dustin up to about 58% in the book that they're reading. Awesome. Watched the anniversary show with my boyfriend at the time, and he was like, damn, I'm crying. Is that the Harry Potter anniversary show that we were talking about?
Probably.
Yeah. You all right?
I'm stressed out. I looked to see how far I made it into this book. I'm only 52% through this fucking book.
How much? 52%?
Yeah, but I started at 47%.
How big is the book?
It's like 600 pages.
Oh man, why
Here's
did you
the
pick
thing,
that
I should've-
one?
Here's the thing: is I should have. Brittany was trying to be helpful to me. Okay, no one knows what this song is about, but when this book was picked, the person picking the book was trying to be helpful to me because it does knock out an entire book for 12 books from 12 besties or whatever.
Mhm.
This is my fault, to be honest. I did not think about the fact that we were collabing on this video and it was going up in February. I don't know why this didn't like occur to my brain. So
Mhm.
I read the other 2 books for this vlog first. I should have read this one first so that it got done in January.
But didn't you say you didn't want to read this one first because you were worried it was going to put you into a book slump?
Yeah. So it's like with this book, I feel like it's damned if I do, damned if I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Because books that like emotionally destroy me, which I feel like this book is going to,
Mm-hmm.
it tends to be very hard for me to then come up out of the book, which is why I'm kind of glad that 72 hours in the book nook is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can read relatively fluffy books. Like, because I will be okay like reading this book and then reading like Wildfire or like any other like romance.
Yeah.
And I feel like from the prompts that we get on the wheel, because I chose to do the in my comfort zone, I did that on purpose.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Because I chose that wheel, I can pick literally anything I want to read. So if all I want to read is hockey romance for 72 hours, then so be it, or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the fact that I'm only 52% of this book, this shit says I still have 10 hours, which I don't. I have like 6 hours. It says I'm on track to finish in 6 hours and 12 minutes. So like I'll get it done today. By today, I mean Friday. It's Friday for me now.
Yeah.
But first of all, Libby's real cheeky. You know what I'm saying? Because it says that I've spent 6 hours and 36 minutes reading the book. Since I'm 52% through, I'm on track to finish in 6 hours and 12 minutes. But because I opened this book 22 weeks ago, it might take me another 20 weeks and 4 days.
Nice. Nice.
But yeah, I mean, it's good. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, we need this to like conclude the trilogy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, are there certain parts that you can skim through and you'll still get the basis of the story?
It's Frederick Bachman, so not really.
No.
Yeah, no, like you wouldn't.
I'm sorry.
Anyway,
You're just gonna have to read for the next 6 hours.
I'm just like powering through it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good. Not because I don't want to read it.
Okay, so this is what you need to do for Friday. Okay, where you need to do 2-hour lots. Listen to it for 2 hours, then read some Wildfire. Listen to it to another 2 hours, and break it up that way, and you'll be done. And then you can edit. And before you start doing that, make sure that you edit what you've already got, so you can just tack that onto the end. So if you need to spread it out to Saturday, you'll be fine.
Yeah, so everything else is edited. I'm gonna just put everything into the software. So the way that I do vlogs, I don't really edit vlogs. As like weird as that sounds, I don't have like B-roll and shit to put in there. So when it comes to vlogs, a lot of my clips are just hit and done. Like I do like one pass with the clip, because usually it's just like, hey, I'm reading this book, yay, and then we move on. Like I'm not, for some reason, like with vlogs, well, especially vlogs like this collab vlog, because it's very hard for me to talk about the books that I was given without spoiling them. So because of that, the clips are very short. They're very much
we'll see. In my buddy read one and the Battle of the Bands, what I've been doing is the Battle of the Bands one, I've just been talking about those books. And if I've had a buddy read, I'll mention it in the Battle of the Bands, especially if I'm using it for a prompt. but I won't talk about it in depth. If you want to know more, you'll have to watch the Buddy Reads vlog at the end of the month.
And if you've in it, for those that have watched, I think my last 2 vlogs, I think I've done 2 vlogs this month that were just like week in the life. Yeah, I did 2, 4 and 5, number 4 and 5.
Yeah.
I mention the books that I'm reading for the collab video. I mention it, and I say like, this is a collab video, we're doing whatever. But I say like, I'm not like, I'll tell you if I finish them in these vlogs, but I'm not going to talk about them in depth because that's going to be a whole vlog in and of itself.
Yeah. I'm a little bit scared because I've never done a collab video. My anxiety is like through the roof. Like you have no freaking idea.
I've done them before. I mean, really, because of the nature of how this is, it's really, well, I mean, really, it's just all of us doing a vlog and just uploading at the same time. It just happens to be themed the same. It's not like, to me, it's not quite like the last collab that I did was when I did last year I did an April Showers Bring May Flowers thing because Bex Reads did it, and she asked if I would collab. So we had to pick, I think it was like 4 or 5 books that made us laugh and 4 or 5 books that made us cry. And I'm going to be honest, I'm not like, people still watch the cry one a lot because it has a man called Ova in it. Whatever. It has that fucking book in it. Okay. And so people go back and like watch that one a lot. And I'm not very happy with that one because I literally, this video was supposed to come out while I was on a plane to go to Rainey's house. So I literally recorded it 2 hours, well, it was like 2 hours where I had to leave to go to the airport. So mine was like the shortest one out of everybody. It was like the shortest video I've ever made in life. It was like 5 minutes long. Because I was like, this book made me cry, and this is why. This book made me cry, and this is why. This book made me cry, and this is why. That was basically the video. So it'll be fine.
Oh, it's going to be what it is. Like at the end of the day, like.
Right.
And if anyone says anything to you about it, I'll fight them. So it'll be fun.
It's all right. I'll probably just look at them and go, you know what? You can bang it up your ass.
There you go. Unless you're into that, and then you can do something.
Well, yeah, and I'll add that. Of course, if you're into that, try something else that you're not into. Yeah, and considering that this has now turned into a series, I think that's what's made me nervous. You know, you just got to get across that first stumbling block. You know what I mean? Like. Of course, they would split it up because no one will sit through a 4-hour movie except Titanic, and we knew the ending. And Dances with Wolves, which was just a bunch of waiting.
Honestly, I do like this
Titanic like 3 or 4 times in the theater when it came out, and then Patrick and I went and saw it last Valentine's Day when it came back in the theater. Because why not? Titanic's a good movie.
I am spewing that I never seen it in the theaters because I reckon it would have been phenomenal in the theaters. The same as Twister.
Titanic?
Yeah, the same as Twister. I never seen that in the theaters either because I had babies and no babysitters. I reckon that would have been phenomenal. Just the noise and all that sort of stuff. Although I do know that I will never ever. Well, he's dead now anyway. But my grandfather was a merchant seaman, so he was an engineer, and it is really annoying to watch Titanic with someone that knows boats.
Yeah, it's
and
just
what happens to a boat when it sinks.
Listen, it's like watching Grey's Anatomy with a doctor. Like I won't like the friends that I have that are nurses. There's only one that I will actually watch Grey's Anatomy with, and it's because she watches Grey's Anatomy for what it is. Like she's we're all aware that like cop shows and hospital shows have to, first of all, expedite things that wouldn't necessarily be expedited, and 2, they don't necessarily follow all the procedures because that's boring for a TV show. We know that.
Yeah, that's right.
We don't need you to tell us. Thank you. Just let us enjoy
because my grandfather was an engineer. He was an electrical engineer, which makes it even worse because as the Titanic's going down and the lights are still on, he's going, "That's right," and I'm like, "You do know it's a movie, right?" Just calm your thumb. It's all right. It's a movie. And he'd be like, "That's wrong, it's wrong, It's inaccurate. I'm like, oh my God, just cool your jets, mate. Cool your jets. It's all right.
It's a literal
all
movie
right.
sign.
Dances
it's
with
all right,
Wolves
old man.
is a book, which I didn't
What
know
was it?
until a few
Yeah, it
years
is.
Which one? What say that?
Dances with Wolves is a book
Oh, really?
based on a book.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Nice thing about print books, they can be read during the chatty bits. What are you trying to say, Jamie? I soft DNF this book a couple of months ago. I want to
We're
get
glad
back
you
to it.
like it though.
Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. And I'm sorry we chatted a lot. That's a beautiful colouring in book. It is, isn't it? It's beautiful. Or just frame the favourites and colour the others. Yeah, I can't choose. I'd have to have them all. I want a wall of them. So I'll just frame them all and then swap them out.
Just
I was gonna
make
say, or
yourself
just
a
do,
wallpaper.
Yeah.
or just do like what Coda said, and just like copy them into your computer, and then you can just print them out and color
Yeah.
them whenever you want. But
Yeah.
then you can have the ones on the wall too.
Yeah. True.
Maybe you can color them over and over again. Let the grandkids color them. You know, color them on the computer.
No, the grandchildren aren't allowed to touch my colouring in pencils because I've got like watercolours and I've got ink tense ones. I've got paints. I've got a lot of colouring and stuff. Kids aren't like. Savannah comes out and goes, "Can I use them?" And I just give her a test stare. She just looks at me and goes, "Mum, you have to share them sooner or later." I'm like, "No, I don't." Who said that? I'm the
To be
adult here.
honest with you, Ari has her own coloring stuff, and all my coloring stuff is put away.
Yeah.
And honestly, we have most of the same stuff because like I just use like markers and like I use Crayola. I'm not gonna lie to you. I use like Crayola colored pencils and markers and crayons.
Yeah.
But I prefer like the twisty crayons. So she was like, "Can you buy me some?" And I was like, "Okay, sure." So she has all the same coloring stuff as me, but they're hers. So if you fuck them up, that's on you.
Yeah, don't stay out of mine.
I like
But don't touch
colored pencil and gel pen.
I've got all that too. Chris finished the Jennifer Croft novel. I really enjoyed it. Now I need to write the NetGalley review. Awesome. We have a small white cat. I suspect it's an unfixed female that I'm trying to train to eat here consistently so we can catch her and get her spayed. Yeah. I would just like this cat to go away. It's getting braver though. I opened the door and it stood there and looked at me. Up until today, it's like flees like I'm, the big bad witch coming to kill it or something. It's like, and it takes off, and it's just like this ball of fluff running up the. But it still took off, but it stood there for a moment and looked at me. So yeah. Wow, $1. I got 25 cents for teeth. It feels so good when you complete one, and it's another one bites the dust. Yes, very much so. Books, wow, sped through. Nice job. That is like I'm just thinking about that. The Gentleman in Moscow is not a small book, Jamie. You're flying through them. It's also a relief when you like the book and had some major disciplines. Yeah, that's the first rate for me. You at least you like that. That's probably the first one I've seen you say that you've liked off NetGalley in quite some time, Chris. Very true, but I have a book that it picks up my conversation happening here. For those who write reviews, is it easier to write a positive or negative review? Same.
For me, it's about the same.
Yeah, it's about the same.
I'm just not very good. Honestly, I'm not very good at writing reviews because I'm not very I'm not a writer, so like I'm not super good at like articulating what I need to write. Like because a lot of times for me when I read books, I'll be like, yeah, 6 stars. And they'll be like, but why? And I'm like, because it was a fun time. Like, I don't know. Don't ask me these questions. Just
I guess with Kelly arcs, though, like you go into them looking at them differently. And that, did it give you the vibe, this, that, and the other? Like, I have a criteria that.
I do. I guess I do have more of a criteria. Like, I do check for, like, did the synopsis match what is actually the contents of the book? Like I am a little bit more, but even so, like it's still, I'm not good at it.
I don't know. I rarely have anything negative to say unless I really, really thought it was boring or I didn't like the writing style or it had a bunch of errors in it. Otherwise, I can give, positive feedback.
Yeah, I generally do a positive review because someone's taken the time to write the book. But I will put in and when you look up to write reviews, they say, to start out positive, slip in the negative, and then end on a positive. So that's what I try to do. So, I mean, that's really generalizing it. Like, there is a lot more to say about that, but that's generally the formula that I use. So I start out what the book is about, who we're following, all that sort of stuff. And then I'll go into the part about what I liked about the book and then what I didn't like about the book. And then I'll finish it on a high by saying, overall, this is how I felt about the book and all that sort of stuff. Because generally, it doesn't matter what book you read, unless it's absolute trash. And if it's absolute trash, I'm basically just going to say this book was not for me. I'm not even going to bother to write a review. I'm still going to submit that to, I think I selected the wrong book or I was approved of the wrong book or whatever. But and give the reasons why I thought it was the wrong book for me. But for the most part, most of the books have been fine. Like, I haven't really had a problem with them, but I don't go into a book looking for problems either. I don't go into a book to highly analyze a book either. I go into it how most people go into books, for the story. And that's what I sort of review on.
For me, I go into an arc understanding that there are probably going to be mistakes. It's unless the arc specifically says it is an edited proof, like that it's an edited final proof, which sometimes you do get on NetGalley. You also sometimes can get them physically from the publisher. Unless it actually says that, if I'm receiving it as an arc, then I assume that it isn't, that if it's edited, it's not edited extensively. And almost always when you get an arc, it's an unedited proof. So it's just whatever they've given to their editor, and then not their editor, but their
publisher.
But yeah, the publisher by their deadline or whatever, and then the publisher may or may not have had extensive edits done on it. Because usually the author will have some kind of editing done before they bring it to the publisher to be handed out as arcs. But then the publisher does their own editing. They have somebody else edit it once it's gonna be put into production for actual print, which is usually after arcs have been given out.
There's self-published books on NetGalley too. So
yeah, but if it doesn't
have editors, they edit their own stuff, I'm sure.
Right. So but it will be marked as being either an indie published book or as a final work. If you read the description, it will be marked in there. And if it's not marked in there, that it's either, like, unless I look at it, like Sarah Ennis, I know is an indie author. So she does have an editor. But she puts her books in, if they're in there as arcs, she puts them in as arcs, like before they've gone to the editor.
I would assume that if it's an arc, that there's going to be mistakes in it and all that sort of stuff. So I when I'm reviewing the books, and Neva's right, it does say it, whether it's going to
be a final.
What's the wording that?
Like
they say it's a final draft or something.
Yeah, I think they put it as final proof or edited proof or something like that. Unless they put it in like that, then I know that it's a true arc. And it probably has not been deeply edited. So I don't usually knock off points for mistakes in those.
Yeah, see, I got one the other day and it had the table of what was in the book, and there was no numbers in there. It was just XX because when it goes to print, the page numbers could end up having to be reshuffled and stuff like that. So, so I don't necessarily look for the mistakes and stuff like that unless they've said that it's a final one. I mean, if I got one from the publisher that was bound and all the rest of it, I would assume that that's been through its final edits and I would judge it accordingly. But I've been reviewing a lot of audiobooks, so they're reviewed a little bit different because they're wanting pacing and all that sort of stuff. They want to know what that's, whether it's good or bad, or like I had a middle grade reader reading a horror book. Didn't make sense. He was far too upbeat. Like, the dude needs to tone it down just a little bit. He was too happy about what was happening in the book. So yeah. way easier to write a positive one. I find positive easier because I don't want to dislike a book. When I dislike a book, it makes me sad and annoyed that I wasted my time, and the book didn't deserve that. I always recommend getting an adult rather than a kitten, usually 1 to 3 years. Kittens are fine, but with an adult, you know that they are, kids and cuddles. I swear, my house is like Grand Central Station today. You can care for animals without owning them. You can do that too, yeah. Venture down to the, what do you call it over there? We call it the RSPCA, where you go to buy
Most places
The animal
call it the
shelter?
Humane Society.
Or the Humane Society, or the Pound.
Mm-hmm.
Just depends on where you're from.
That's smart.
Yeah, we call it the Pound as well. That's doggy and kitty prison. They're on that's death row.
No, I mean
Pound.
usually I was gonna say usually the Pound is like animals that are usually they're full grown and they've been brought there for whatever reason.
It's usually death row here.
Have you read or heard of Desire or Defense? No. Let me go find this book. Thanks.
No, but let me type really quickly and find it.
Was it called Desire or what? Defense?
A Desire or Defense, yeah. It's on Everend.
Yeah, I was gonna see if it was on it's also on Kindle Unlimited. If it's this one that's an enemies to lovers hockey romance. Apparently it's book 1 of 3 in a series. See, this is what it gets me is like all of these hockey romance books that I want to read are all series. So at the end of the year, I'm gonna have so many series that are read and they're all gonna be hockey romances. People are gonna be like, "Did you complete any series this year?" And I'm gonna be like, "Yes," and all of them were hockey romances. So.
I was listening to Wildfire and in the section where he goes, why don't you come with me and find out? And I'm like, oh, that is so cringe. And then the next chapter started, goes, and he's in a dialogue. Oh, that was so cringe. I'm like, yes, it was. I'm glad you realized. I actually typed it to you in Vox. I'm glad he realized that was cringe.
Honestly, though, like I'm happy. Like, truthfully, like I probably, if we do another sprint, then I'm probably gonna read another hour of this damn book of this freaking whatever this is called.
Winners.
Yeah, that one. And then I will probably switch to Wildfire. My thing is, like, if I walk Ari to school, but I should probably check the weather, so I decided what we're doing. If I walk Ari to school, then on my way back, I can listen to The Winners. That's 30 minutes of walking. How is it warmer now than it's going to be at 7 a.m.?
Don't know.
That's stupid. But we'll see. If she really wants to walk, I guess we could. And then because then like when I go get her, it'll be 50 degrees. So it'll be warm enough to walk. And then I can listen to it like on the way to go get her. Mm-hmm. Like it'll be done by tomorrow. I'm just gonna have to be like what you said, where I do like 2 hours and then listen to something else, and then 2 hours and then
that way it's not gonna wreck you. With any luck. Not completely. If you read that 6 hours in one hit, you're annihilated. You're out for the count.
I'm done.
You're not doing editing, you're not doing 72 hours, you're doing nothing, you're in the fetal position over in the corner, you're done.
Yeah, I'll be in a puddle if I do it in just like 6 hours in one shot.
Yeah. So break it up. I've never done a prediction video for this before, and I thought it'd be fun to do. I've seen a couple other people are doing it, and I thought, why not? So I've gone and I have a list which is here. So far, I've got 25 on there. So my job tomorrow, or probably actually tonight, I'll sit in bed and I'll just read all the synopsises and all that sort of stuff. So there's 3 on here that I have read. And I think that they might be, maybe, I don't know, but they fall into the criteria. They were published between the 1st of April 2023 to the 31st of March this year. They'll be published, and they were published in the UK, and they were by women writers that wrote in English, no translated work. So I have 25 there that I have to decipher, and a lot of these were on my to read list anyway. So, books that I was looking at to read. So now I've just got to whittle them down to 16, which I don't know. I'm thinking I might just chuck them in a hat and pull them out, because that's pretty much how it's going to go. Yeah, that's where we're at. I'm cuddled up on the couch with a heated blanket. I'm very happy. I hope you're having a good night too. Amazing Readathon is in June, so mark that in your calendar. June. Everybody's
Okay,
saying
well then for book band book summer, is that what we're calling it? Sure.
Yeah.
For band book summer, then I am gonna run it through. Like, I'm going to personally be doing it from June to August, because to me that is summertime. I mean, August, technically Ari goes back to school in August, so like technically I do start counting that as fall, but I will be doing it from June to August. And then if people want to do it with me, you can. I think Nicole said she was going to do it. So what I'm gonna do, I'll make the graphics and then I'll post them like in my story on Instagram. That's the easiest place I know to post them, so that you have access to them. And then if you're in the Patreon, I'll also post them there, so people can participate if they want to. You can download them from there.
You can put them on your Discord too, couldn't you?
Yeah, and then I can put them in the Discord. I'll just make a I'll make a thing on the Discord so you can get them there. And then there's not really any rules, like just read books that are banned. So like if they've ever been banned, so like Junie B. Jones will count. I mean, truly, like Captain Underpants, I don't know if anybody's gonna want to read that, but those will also count. So
why was Captain Underpants banned?
For being inappropriate. Just like Junie B. Jones with Junie B.
Yet
Jones.
Bart Simpson can be on the TV.
Well, so Junie B. Jones has been banned in the past for a child who displays bad behavior. But in my opinion, she just acts like a kindergartner up to, I think her books go up to like 4th grade. I feel like she acts like Ari.
So
Where the Wild Things
Are has been
teaches
banned.
you that bad behavior is okay.
Yeah.
I don't understand these people that ban books. I think that they've got a screw loose.
So my thing is that any book that's been banned, that's really the only rule. It has to have been banned at some point for whatever reason. So like A Court of Mist and Fury, that book has been banned. So you can before. It's banned in the town that my sister lives in. They banned it.
Wow.
Yeah. Because instead of just like a lot of libraries just moved it to like the adult section or whatever, instead of having it in YA, which okay, like you should have done that anyway, but all right. But no, Pella, Iowa did ban it from the library.
Wow.
It's a banned book for sexual content.
Okay.
Birds.
Fully. So we've got Amazing Readathon in June. We also have Pick Poggathon in August. And then in March, we have Realmathon, Mystery Readathon, Sims Readathon, Middle Grade March. April is Old School April and Aurelium. Yes, that is correct. And then in May, we have Kindle Unlimited Mayhem, and we have Horror Mayhem. In August, we also have Garb August. Yep. And then I'm assuming.
And in June is June on the Range.
Yep, June on the Range.
There's just a lot of things happening. So I mean,
I usually just try to read like a book from each event. I don't participate in like a readathon, but I'll be like, oh, I'll pick a book for, I'll read a Western and I'll read a banned book for June. And then
I do personally feel like with like the banned books, I feel like I can fit those into other things that I want to participate in. Like I feel like we will get some kind of a prompt for Amazing Readathon where a banned book would fit. you know.
Yeah, because banned book, like, just you could, easily.
There's
Easily.
all kinds of banned books, and challenge books count too, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
even if they didn't successfully get banned, but they were challenged.
Yeah. So challenge books will also work for me anyway. They'll work if they've been challenged or they've been banned, and they don't have to be like a currently banned book.
No, because there's some books that were banned, but now they're not. So
Right. So if you can like Google it, like you can literally Google like banned books, and it will give you like lists of books that are currently banned or have been banned.
if you're into classics, just pick up any classic because
we're almost done with our
they've all been
second
banned.
book already because we read Animal Farm.
Yeah,
and it counts.
and 1984 is a banned book as well.
Color Purple was a banned book too.
Their book.
I actually think Harry Potter as a series has been banned in some places too.
Yeah, because of magic and witchcraft.
Yep.
Absolutely. So we're covered.
So really, y'all, it's not that hard to find banned books. I just want to kind of diversify my reading. So I was like, well, if I just Google like banned books in America or whatever, and it'll come up, and maybe I'll find books I haven't read. I'm sure.
And most books that were written by colored people
have been banned at some
point.
Been
banned. Yep.
Yeah, Why the Kid Sings was banned too, right?
All right. Are we ready for another sprint?
Sure.
Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna head off to bed.
I was just gonna say, Coda, are you sticking around? No, you're gonna go.
You can probably tell.
Cool, no worries. So you're up for another one?
Yes. I'm gonna eat in the sprint. I'm hungry again, apparently. So.
Yeah, I've got to cook dinner too.
Well, thanks for having me.
No worries. Thanks for joining. We'll catch you again next time.
Yes, I can't wait to start the new Harry Potter.
Come on, Sunday. I've got a big day on Sunday. Monday for me, but I've got a big day on Sunday. I've got a Zoom meeting in the morning. Then I've got to finish that, get in the car, drive 3 hours, set up, ready for another Zoom meeting at 7 o'clock that night, and then sprint on Monday morning.
Oh, I'll send a screenshot of my planner page for next week, because when I was listening to this, I was doing my planner page because I have books scheduled for each day.
That's good.
I did the thing. So
I thought about doing that, just coloring in a calendar with books.
I have like these cute little currently reading stickers.
Yeah.
And wherever they are on the thing, that's the book that I'm reading that day. So I've been like looking at my Kindle and like, okay, what do I need to read before the end of February?
Hey, we still have a few days left.
Yeah, I mean, we have almost a week left.
Yeah, almost a week. It's fine. Just gotta finish Dune and start Harry Potter and finish
the Color Purple.
And finish those NetGalley arcs. It's good. It's fine.
Yeah, I think the Color Purple for me is gonna have to wait till March.
Yeah,
but I will, and then I will tell you my thoughts.
The heaviness does start to lighten up.
Like I'm on page 197, and it's really starting to dissipate now. So.
Yeah, I don't know what's sneaking up on us, if anything, but it's been pretty...
Yeah, we've still got the last quarter of the book, so and we've heard nothing from Leandra. Is she even reading it?
I think she got stuck on some other books, and she's planning on going back to it.
Okay. Yeah, I think
because I haven't seen Leandra. So
yeah, I think with girl bands and everything, it was, and also like we did say that we were just going to stretch it out to the end of the month. So she may be just reading it in smaller bursts.
Yeah.
Or she may just going to be tackling it, after she's done with the other books.
Yeah,
maybe. She wants to read it all at once or something.
Yeah. Who knows?
I don't know. But
I know she started it, so.
Yeah.
So good night.
Good night. Sleep well. See you next time. Bye.
Everyone.
Alrighty, let's start this timer. Let's go to this one here and start it, and I'll see you in an hour. Oh, hello. Back. How'd you go?
I regret every decision I've made.
Dramatic. Why?
So all I'm gonna say is like I can read like one Frederick Bachman book every 6 months.
Yeah.
Like he, like the man is like a top 10 author for me. Like I would auto buy. I would, like I want to read his entire backlist. But
Yeah.
like he's not a nice man. Like. Like I'm sure in life he's a nice man. Like I'm sure he's a great man. Like I'm sure he's married and
Sure,
like,
he's great, but you don't like him right now.
But like as an author, bro, and like I understand like his books are translated.
I have never read anything of his.
Well,
Because
don't do
I'm
what I did,
scared.
and
I'm scared.
don't do what I did and start with the hardest hitters because the first Bachman. So I tried Anxious People in like 2021.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about me as a mood reader. In 2021, I didn't know I was a mood reader, so I was just trying to like read things that everyone else was reading.
Yeah.
So in 2021, my aunt died like 3 days before we were supposed to go to Iowa for a visit.
Yeah.
Because that's my luck. Like people just be dying whenever I'm like, I'm coming for a visit. It's fine.
They really
Not
don't
true.
want you to visit.
The last 2 visits, actually, no one died.
Yeah.
Before I got there. So thank God for that. But my aunt had died. And so I was like, yeah, I'm going to read this book called Anxious People, even though like I'm anxious about this. No, don't do that. So I ended up like DNFing it. Well, back then, like it would be a DNF. I do want to pick it back up. So I guess it was more like a paused, whatever.
Yeah.
And then the next Bachman book I read was when we all read a man called Uva. When we read that book, and like we did it as like a group read. Like it was like me, Rainey, Kelsey, Brittany, and Amy. And we've just come to the conclusion that like Rainey and Kelsey are basically like have no heart because like they didn't even cry. Like it made them sad, but they didn't cry.
Yeah.
And like me, Amy, and Brittany were a mess, like a complete mess. So like I knew going into this book. I knew, you know.
What's it about?
So the Beartown trilogy is Beartown, like the first book is about a girl who is sexually assaulted by one of the hockey players in their small town, which is Beartown. And basically like the whole trilogy is about the aftermath. So like what happened before the rape and then how the rape affected the town.
Yeah.
So like I can't even really like talk about the third book because there's so much that's already happened.
Yeah.
But that's what the first book is about.
You're reading the third book now, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read the first 2 last year. So I read the first one and well, I read the first 2 with Kelsey last year and then she read the third one. We were supposed to buddy read it, but I wasn't like in a space where I could buddy read it at the time that she wanted to. So we started it and then I was like, I feel like I'm in a slump. Like I don't want to read this in a slump. And she was like, okay. And so I just like shelved it. Yeah. And then her and Brittany were like, you need to finish this whatever. And I was like, I know, blah, blah. So then like finally I've had a reason. But yeah, like it is definitely like, I mean, I guess like read trigger warnings if you're a person that needs those. You know me, I just be going into everything I'm like, yeah, I probably have triggers, but like, it's fine. Whatever. Honestly, I think because I read so much dark romance, I don't actually think I have triggers when it comes to books anymore.
No.
Like, there's
Yeah,
stuff that I don't want to read, but I wouldn't. Call
Yeah,
it-
there's still. I think that like things don't trigger you as much as they would normally, but like because I read, as you know, a fair bit of dark romance as well, but the things don't trigger me and that. But there's still stuff I don't want to read on a regular basis. Every now and again, okay, but there's just some things that I don't really care to read.
Yeah, like I mean, they're like even in like books that I would classify as being like favorite books, like in Pucking Around, there is a scene in there that if it had happened more than once, I probably would have put the book down. Just because, not because like I have anything against people that want to do what they did in the scene, and it's not like a bad scene; it's a sex scene. But like I just don't partake in that, and it kind of like it makes me uncomfortable to think about doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Do you know what scene I'm talking about? I'll put it in the private chat.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the comments. It's so behind, like it's 3 hours behind.
Oh yeah, we're right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying now.
Yeah. And like it's not like I don't honestly, I think if other people were to read it or listen to it, it wouldn't probably bother them. It triggers my my texture issues. That's what it triggers for me. It's like an autism trigger, not like a mental trigger. Yeah. But so like I don't
basically for the next 12 hours you're on a bit of a roller coaster.
Check on me, friends. And then I have to go to this fucking birthday party on Saturday, bro. By the way, there will be no Unhinged sprints this week because I have to go to a birthday party at noon on Saturday, so I don't want to be up. So here's the thing. I figure that I can finish this book tomorrow or later today, rather.
Yeah.
And then I can just go to bed.
Yeah.
It's over. So I'll just make sure to finish.
Cry yourself to sleep. You'll be good to go.
Yeah, I'll just make sure to finish it after Ari is like settled, and because then all I have to do is just put that piece of the vlog in, and then just
it's done.
Upload, like schedule it and upload it, and then it's done for me, and it'll go up at noon.
Yeah,
on Saturday.
That I'm editing mine tomorrow, so I've got some final touches to do, but I'm glad that I've read the books. Riley said that she's been done with Netflix for a long time now. I want to watch Love is Blind, but not actually wanting to get it again. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I watched too many of the like Netflix reality shows for me to cancel it.
Yeah, true. I don't watch them. I just live through you, so. Got to page 120, still loving it. That was hours ago. Character is really triggered by bald men. Wow. Got to page 83 of The Only Story by Julian Barnes. And Linz is working on their reading journal during the sprint. Doing the 72-hour too. I'm still on the first book. They must be reading novellas, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to go through like a lot of books. I'm just reading
as
what I
far
want.
as the 72 hours, I do know that the hosts tend to do a lot of audiobooks. Because Cassidy doesn't really do novellas. Unless they're like graphic novels. But Cassidy reads a lot of really big books, like really hefty books. But I do know that for the 72 hours, they do tend to do a lot of audio. So like, and with it being only 72 hours, you have to kind of either immersion read stuff, or you have to do audio, or you have to do novellas. Unless you're just like a speed reader, which like some people are.
Queen Victoria joined us at 5 o'clock. Actually reread a few chapters because I started A Gentleman in Moscow yesterday, but Part the way through the book, there was a shooting across the street, and that was very distracting. I assumed that would be. That's pretty full on. I will complain. Chris will complain to publishers when the formatting makes it difficult to read. Some publishers will then reformat it. A lot of publishers are terrible at formatting to Kindle. Yeah, I've heard a bit of that. If a child or a spouse doesn't get along with the cat, just send the child or spouse away. that works. And Crystal is baby free and ready to read. Awesome. That's so good. You've had a bit of a hell of a week. No,
really
I haven't read anything by Kate Grenville, but she is on my authors to look at. And one of her books is actually on my list. And I do have a book of hers on the way to me, which I think it's called something Leaves. I can't remember the name of it. I ordered it a couple of weeks ago. It's on its way from the UK. So yeah, she is someone that is on my authors to look at. So yeah. At this rate, nearly all the books will have to be banned books. Yeah, that's it. Everybody's saying goodbye to Coda. I did not need the image of bed bugs this book just gave me. Oh no. Not good. Chatty also popped in briefly around while you're alive, making breakfast for my kids before school, but hopefully catch the chat. Sadly, no reading time, but I have a book near me just in case. That is awesome. Monica has also headed off as well. Early night for me. I'm shattered from my week at work. Thanks for the sprints, everybody. See you on Monday. Have a great weekend, Monica. I hope you have a good weekend and get lots of reading in. Jamie just finished 15% of Under the Banner of Heaven by John Krakauer. Is that, yeah, Krakauer? I don't know.
Good luck. I have no idea.
Got nothing. Chris says, thank you for the stream. Okay. At this stage of the game, I got nothing. Okay, I'm out of last names. It says, thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Thank you for being here again. Actually got a bit bored watching the whole shooting thing. No casualties, but the SWAT team had to go in and bring some people out. Okay.
Wow.
That's awesome. Not. Like, I don't even know what to say. I would absolutely crap myself if the SWAT team turned up across. Well, if they're across the road, it's probably justified. But who needs a SWAT team when you've got my husband?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, honestly, he just goes and just kicks it down. You know what I'm saying? It's fine.
And still, not a sound, not a peep.
Really, the SWAT team should be hiring.
Yeah.
He doesn't even need a battering ram. He just kicks the door in. It's fine.
Oh, dearie me. I went.
Don't make us send in Nicole's husband now.
Like, it's just wild. Like, he did that. When was that? Back in December? End of November? And it was during Clue, so it was in November. End of Clue.
Yeah, it was like the end of November because it was like right after. It was like because it was like my life exploded and then that happened.
Yeah. So
and I was like, wow, we're
like
really 2 for 2 here.
And the fact, like, and they haven't made a peep. No Christmas party, no New Year's party, no long weekend parties, nothing. They've sat out on their back veranda like normal humans and had conversations and had a couple of drinks and come 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, quiet, nothing. Not nothing, not even loud music, no Yahooing out the front, nothing. I'm like, what the hell? And for 2 years I put up with them, like my house was vibrating.
It's because what needed to happen 2 years ago was your husband needed to go across the street or next door and kick the door in.
Yeah.
I mean, he tried. You know, I mean, he knocked on the door first.
Yeah, he did knock on the door first. He knocked. He was trying to be polite. And music was so loud that he had to get your door in. And apparently the other places around town have been really quiet too. So I don't know whether they ended up getting dragged into court as well for noise, like complaints.
Your town was probably like, listen, clearly vigilante men are going around just kicking doors in, so we need to deal with this now.
Yeah. Wound up finding the audiobook for my book so I could listen because I didn't want to turn my lights back on to read the print. That's fair enough. That is fair enough. And with that, my friends, we have got to the end of the comments. Oh, no, we haven't. There's more. I stand corrected. Our walls are thick poured cement, so only house. Okay. So I stayed behind the walls and I could watch safely, even if the guys in the house had more bullets. That's fair enough. If I was living in the US, my place would be a fortress. Because, yeah, guns, shootings. We don't have a lot. Like, we still do have shootings here, but it's generally like gangland type things, like they're criminal groups and stuff like that get hold of.
We have shootings here because any stupid idiot that's not a felon can go in and get a gun.
Yeah.
So really, the
people like my husband don't have access to guns. And if you've got any mental health issues, you don't get a gun license here.
Oh, isn't that a concept? No, that's not how it works in America.
Yeah.
In America,
like
if you don't have a
trouble, you like criminal record, anything like that, you can't get a gun license here. Yeah.
As long as you don't have a felony, you can get a gun here. And honestly, most of the felons also have guns. So I don't that's not fucking working.
I mean, the people that are shooting each other in like the major cities and stuff like that here, which there are not a lot of, in comparison to America, but just your regular Joes aren't walking down the street armed or anything. Like they don't have a gun in their glove compartment or they're not packing heat.
Listen, I'm from the country, okay? There were people in my high school, like guys in my high school that drove pickup trucks that had a gun safe in their pickup truck, like in the back of their pickup truck. Now, it was locked, but like technically, like were they supposed to have guns on school property? No. Did anyone stop them? Also, no. I mean,
I just find it wild that like you see videos of parents giving like 6-year-old guns. It's like they're 6. What are you doing?
Absolutely not. If Ari asked me for a gun, I would laugh. I'm not trying to be funny, but like I would actually think that she was playing a joke on me.
Yeah. But like you see these documentaries where these grown men are giving their sons guns and all the rest of it. This is never going to end well.
It's because they feel like they should be like armed against. Here's my thing. First of all, don't raise your children in fear. That shit's weird.
Yeah.
Teach them boundaries, but don't raise them like to be fearful of everything. But also, like, why are we like? What do you think is going to happen if you give a 6-year-old a gun?
Yeah,
they're going to shoot you. With it, that's what they're going to do, and not on purpose.
Yeah. And I understand that your constitution says that you should be allowed to bear arms against the government and all the rest of it. But my thing is, your government now have tanks, okay, and an army.
That is not going to help you against our government, bro.
No, like when I've heard this argument, I'm like, you do know they've got tanks, right, and drones and all sorts of stuff. Your little gun is not going to help with that. But anyway, on that note, Jamie says there were more gunshots just now, several blocks away, and it sounds like the cops may already be on the way. Such a fun neighborhood you live in. And Jamie said that, not me. That was Jamie's comment. And on that note,
that's one of the things that I'm like actually ready for, to not be in the city anymore, because like you do hear like
Yeah.
guns and like sirens and all that shit. And it, like where
Yeah.
I'm from, bro, I mean, you hear them, like things happen, but like you don't just hear people just like
Yeah, it's not like the Wild
all over the
West.
place.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Like
But that's
usually
just
if you
what it
hear a gunshot where I'm from, it's because
Mm.
either somebody's hunting, which doesn't happen within city limits anyway, or
Yeah.
they like somebody's gone out and like shot their dog. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like it's not like they're just out here like shooting human beings.
Mm-hmm,
I'm
I'm
just
sorry.
saying.
I couldn't even tell you the last time I heard a gunshot. We actually heard a gunshot. I stand corrected. We heard a gunshot and we think it was the police shooting someone.
Wow.
Because we get some deadbeats around here.
Yeah. The last time I heard a gunshot was during New Year's.
Mhm,
They were shooting like down the street, and
mhm.
it was like people were shooting, and then like down here, and then down there, people were shooting back. It was like they were answering each other. And then like the other day, I was at work and we thought we heard gunshots like up the street, and then we heard
Mm.
sirens. We were like, "Oh, somebody got shot." That
Yeah,
but,
well,
like
last weekend we had a stabbing down the end of our street at where my daughter works, 2 houses up. The crack house down the road. Someone obviously got a little bit angry because they didn't pass the pipe or whatever, and
they didn't get their crack or something. Like
yeah, well, apparently
maybe
there was a guy there that got
along with the puff pass.
stabbed in the neck, and was flown out of Kingaroy to Brisbane. So, and the police closed off our street and all the rest of it. But there was no guns involved. It was just a stabbing. The crackheads down. It was just a
No big
stabbing.
deal.
No
I
big
mean,
deal.
theoretically, a stabbing is not going to hurt anyone except who you're stabbing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to take. That's what I mean. Like you're not going to take out a whole neighborhood with one life unless you're like super crazy. And Nerily sends me a message and she goes, "Oh, the dude's still frolicking around town because
Could
they
you
haven't
imagine a
caught him."
knife, like a knife wielding vigilante, just like trying to take out a whole neighborhood? Like you're gonna get caught before you take out the whole neighborhood.
Oh, just the pigging dogs around here. Like, because I'm in a farming area where people go pig hunting and stuff like that. Just the pig dogs around here would take the dude down. There'd be nothing left of him. Nothing left of him. Be shredded and he'd be dog meat. So yeah. Anyway, Jamie's in Colorado, so I guess we are in the Wild West a bit.
I mean, I guess it depends on where you live in Colorado.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. On that note, we are going to bid you adieu, and we will see you again a little bit earlier on Sunday evening, Monday morning, so we can discuss said book to start book 4. And I cannot believe we're already at book 4. It's flying.
It's because they're easy.
Right,
They're not like
yeah, they are. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you all again soon. Bye for now.